What up? Hey guys, how you doing? Scissorsley, what up? I'm good. I'm good. I'm ready for more gear crafting. How are you doing today? And that reminds me, let me actually get YouTube chat showing on OBS before we get started. Off stream, we completed our boots. So the boot crafting is done. It kind of bricked the prefixes, sadly, so I don't get life, but I got movement speed, so I can't really complain. I have 100% chance to avoid chill, so I can't complain. I'm trying to financially recover from yesterday. You mean with the soccer colors? Hey, you recover one map at a time is all I can say. But look on the bright side. Regardless of if they are linked or not or whatever else, you have your 6 supports main skill, or 6 support main skill, i.e. a 7 link, and the money you spent, you were willing to spend it regardless on getting that 7 link. So the build is running exactly. That's the bright side. The build is running. The delve is being traversed. You're going deeper into the mines. That's what matters. Okay. What is the next thing we're going to craft from this piece of gear? We have 2 items to craft. We have the gloves, which we still haven't crafted. I've been mentally preparing to craft this. I kind of know how I'm going to craft it. I know how I'm going to craft it. So we're just going to do that. I don't know that I'm willing to spend... Let's see. I don't know that I'm willing to spend money to elevate minion damage, because I'm not entirely sure I want that cost on the gloves. Also, we're going to sell our mirror shards today because we are kind of broke. I said we are kind of broke, but we have more money than I think about because we sold our heist stuff. We sold our tailoring orbs and tempering orbs and Valdos and all that. So we have a bit more currency, i.e. 30 divines, because like before that I was still on like 15, 16 divines, something like that. So this should be able to craft us the gloves. The ring not so much. Well, we'll see. We shall see on that front. Where is Craft of Exile? Let's see. We're going to see 2 things here. We're going to see gloves, int. We're going to look at Redeemer. Blaze Killer, what's up? How you doing? So we get up to 30% on non-elevated, but then on elevated it goes up to 45. Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing good. Having another day of gear crafting ahead of us. We spent yesterday completing the final 4 acts for the new character and getting some pieces done. Now we just need to get the gloves out of the way. Also, we need to figure out resistances. This piece needs to have chaos res. Like it's mandatory. It has chaos res. Because my helmet and my gloves does not have like chaos res. We need it. So with this and my ring having chaos res, I'm hoping that's enough. Yeah. I'm just deciding if I really want to deal with elevating this, because like, I mean, 45% increased minion damage is a decent amount of increased minion damage, right? Like realistically, it's actually very decent. But alternatively, I could just Fossil craft this, or Essence craft rather, and get like 30%. I lose out on 15%, but then I can get that and life, and I don't need to worry about I literally don't need to worry about anything else. It's a fraction of the cost too, because just getting the elevation could potentially cost 2 conflicts, 2 dominances, which is like 12D more or less. All that for 15 minion damage? Hell fucking no, we're not doing that. All right. I just thought about it, like, why the fuck am I even considering doing that? Like, the fuck? So I'm going to switch this. This is no longer Redeemer. This is going to be none. We go Crusader Redeemer just for the sake of having these two, but no other reason. We're going to remove this. We're going to go straight into Essence. Fear, because Fear is minion damage. Going to get like 30% increased. Then we're going to go for this until T1 life. And that should be pretty decent defensively. It's less damage, like I said. About 15% less damage at the high end. But it's a fraction of the cost. Like doing it this way will run us a few divines. Like we should have a finished item in... I really realistically want to say we Awakener Orb. That would be like 4D. Then the rest of the craft is like maybe 6, 8D. So looking at like 12D cost versus if I were to Awakener Orb this, i.e. go for Redeemer version of the minion damage, that is already a +6 average cost because it's a 50-50. It could take 6 divines, could take 12. And then we have more of a consequence if we miss an annul for the suffixes, because we have to get suffixes in order afterwards, and we reforges that could fill up. We have to we might even it's just not worth it. I can't justify it, so we're not going to do that. We are not gonna do that. All right, let's buy a base. What do we need? We need T1 life and T1 res. So T1 res is 84, right? T1 life is 60 something, right? 54. Okay, so we're chilling. PoE.sale. We're going for Warlock gloves. Jeez. Item level 84. Redeemer or was it Crusader? In a different life, this would be this. I would have put Warlord here instead of Redeemer. And I'd have put Warlord on the ring instead of Redeemer, or on the boots rather, and then the ring would have gone to like Elder or maybe Hunter. The gloves, the ring rather, and then maybe it would have been Despair on hits, maybe, and then we can go Warlord, change damage of fire. But I think Redeemer is fine because this also brings minion damage to the equation, which I like. I need to learn POB so I can set up my character and see where I can improve. It's a very, very handy skill to have, but I think a barrier to entry people have, and I don't think you should have this, by the way, is it's POB seems more daunting to get into than it actually is. What do I mean? It might seem like it's going to be a stretch that you can actually see where your character is at. So long as you're using a skill that can actually be POB'd, it's actually very straightforward. It's literally just, it's more or less answering yes or no questions. There's a bit more to it afterwards, but like to get started, it's just yes or no questions. All you need to do is know how to import your character using this. You type your username with the identifier, search, pick your character, import, use the 2 import characters or buttons. Now your character is in POB. What do you do from there? You go into config. Well, you go into skills, you choose your main skill, your main DPS, and then you just hit this, including full DPS. Then whatever number you see there is the starting point. You go into config, and then you start answering your yes or no questions. Is the enemy cursed? Yes, no. How many wither stacks are there? This. Is the enemy blinded? Sure. Is this? Yes. Is that? Yes. You know, you go through the lists, effective DPS, you go through these, you go through when in combat, and you're chilling. And then past that, when it comes to custom modifiers, that's where it gets tricky, but you don't need to fully understand custom modifiers to even begin. Now, eventually you're going to want to mess around with custom modifiers to get the most accurate representation. But just as a baseline, you can do the starter pack, which is just on this, like, configuring your base DPS, and then past that, like, literally when it comes to custom modifiers, to get started, if you're following a build guide, most people who tweak POBs, like build creators, will have their custom modifiers. So you can, so if they're like me and they have it commented, then you can just literally go and take the ones that apply to you. Oh, does your merc have a Zov's Heart? Oh, take this one then. Does it the Darkseer? Take this one. This one is, if you have all the Battle Mage Cry effects pieces, you take this one. Calling Strike gloves, you take this one. Helmets, does it have this modifier? You take it. You know, you just do all of that, and then eventually your POB will actually start looking more and more accurate. Does that make sense? So, like, it's not as daunting as it could first seem, or it's not as hard as it first seemed. It seems more overwhelming than it actually has to be. Basically, you see all of this and it's just a whole bunch of blob. But if you just take it one at a time and answer these questions, yes or no. Is the enemy burning? Yes. Okay, click this. Is the enemy ignited? Sure, click this. Are you always on full? Yes. No, you sometimes take damage, leave this off. Are your minions always on full life? No, they take damage, just leave it off, etc. If you know how to do that, you're, I mean, already you're messing around POB more than the average person, just straight up. Okay, where was I? Gloves. Redeemer Crusader. I was price checking this. Let's just start off with seeing if there's Redeemer Crusader gloves. Nope. Okay, let's check. How much are level 84 Redeemer gloves? Probably cheap. No one cares about Redeemer gloves. More expensive than I thought. What about Crusader? About around the same price. All right. I mean, in that case, we just... we buy the best base we can. I need to get rid of this. I did some ritual farming today, which is why I have all of that. What is that shine? Thank you very much. Next thing is Crusader. Crusader doesn't really have to be anything else. We just need it to be a pair of gloves that were listed recently, ideally. The vines, the vines, the vines. Okay, then we'll buy for chaoses. 731. I should have slow bought this a long time ago, to be honest. All right. Do we have fear essences? we sold them. All right, so we need to rebuy them as well. So that's something else we need to buy. We need to buy about 3 divines worth, most likely, maybe a bit, probably less, to be honest. I'm gonna put it at 207. So 7 is 69. 210. 204. 201. All right, 201 it is. I want to be the cheapest. All right, we have this guy as well. Let's just make sure we buy something. I think it's the first one. Thank you. All right. Lol. All right, then what is T1 Live versus T1 Essence? T1 Live is 129. T1 Essence is 105. Okay, so like 20 extra flat life, which is actually quite substantial. POE.re items, resets, warlock gloves. Where is life? 115 life. We'll use the essences we have for now. See if we get lucky. I doubt we're gonna get lucky. Oh. And suffixes have space, and we also got some ES on the prefix. Sure. I mean, it's a good start. I think it's honestly really good. I don't have any qualms with this, with the third on prefix, and there's a space. So there we go. Prefixes cannot be changed. Reforge chaos, and we preach that it is something good. 23% chaos res. With how much currency we saved elsewhere, I'm almost inclined to try getting a slightly better roll on my chaos res. But I can also just craft a hybrid, since I didn't fill up the suffixes. And I assume they're all similar weighting. but let's just confirm real quick. Chaos Res is, yeah, they're all similar weighting, so I'm just as lucky to get bottom roll as I am to get top roll. We kind of just have to reforge. We kind of have to. Brother, same tier? That divine costs 2 divines, yo. There we go. Oh, the crits. How do we get T3 Chaos Res 3 times in a row when all 5-6 tiers are the same weight? Make it make sense. A and B. Global crit is kind of despair because I did plan on having the Chaos Res available, but getting double res is also big. Can I make do with the ring? Watcher's Eye is 40%. My actual Watcher's Eye for this build is going to be the one my current character is using, and that is 46% Chaos Res. So I guess 6% from there plus the 8% we have excess is 14%. Excess would be 1% under cap for Chaos Res. I would like to have that suffix free, if I'm being very honest with you. That said, it's a 1 in 6 to hit an unknown that I care about. Penance Mark also has Chaos Res. Oh, this is already resistance modded. I guess I do have some extra chaos int I can get Chaos Res with if push comes to shove. We'll craft the ring first. We'll craft the ring first and come back to this. So let's just go ring first and foremost. Jewelry, onset ring. We're going to dex craft this, like essence craft with dex. We're going to essence craft with dex until T1 chaos res. Then we're going to reforge for the 3rd res if we don't already have it. Then we are going to veiled chaos, redeemer exalts, rage. But that veiled chaos has to not fill up the prefixes, which is not easy. Not easy at all. It's a 1 in 6 for the redeemer exalt to actually give me something good. So it's going to be a case where we're going to have to remake this ring a few times to hit the minion damage, most likely. So this is eye level 80. T1 res is 84. Life is, so basically looking for eye level 84, period. Nothing more, nothing less, 84. So we're going to start there. Unset ring. Honestly, yeah, we should get an unset ring. I was deciding if unset ring is really that important, and I can probably make do without one of these skill gems. Maybe it'll be flame dash, but I'd rather not. Could honestly be minion life as well, that we drop minion life, put despair in there. We have decent amount of minion life to begin with, and I don't think stone golem is necessarily going to struggle to stay alive. I genuinely don't think stone golem is going to struggle to stay alive, so I think we can potentially drop this. Because why I'm thinking of that is, if I can make this into an amethyst ring, we have a big leg up. In that case, we'd be able to get like easy capped on chaos res, no problem. Or even better, like I wanted to initially, Vermilion ring for the increased life. Especially now that I'm losing, I don't have life coming from my boots. It would be very nice to have extra life. So I have to think about this for a little bit. Unset ring or no? I'll go with no. I'll go with like amethyst ring or something. Let's go to Vermilion ring, see how it goes. Try getting a little bit more life. Dude, you just listed it a minute ago. Your Vermilion ring is not, it's not God's gift to Earth. All right. $5C, sure. Thank you. Divines for sorrows. $136. Just in case I need more for a bit cheaper. Let's go. Oh, I have a fuck ton of sorrows. Oh, holy. Okay. We probably don't need this then. We'll keep this for now. For reforges if needed. PoE.re. Let's go for rings. I'm going to do this until T1 Chaos Rares. In the ideal universe, we get T1 Chaos Res with an open suffix. should also try to buy Redeemer Exalts for a bit cheaper while I'm in on this step. I imagine they aren't the most expensive exalted ores, but I also imagine could be very easily wrong. Oh, it's this rare, huh? Maybe I did a bit more in the way of. Okay, duly noted. 46, 46, 46. Recombination, I would, but I really do not like having to go source for bases. So instead, I mean, it's that would be cheaper 100%. But then I wouldn't be able to use Dex ruling. I would have to like alt spam for everything. Prefixes, suffixes can't be changed. This is going to be more expensive overall, but less clicking. I would rather just hit T1 Chaos Res and then reforge LE. Genuinely. Like doing it this way with other resistance types highlighting is significantly more expensive because I have to reforge and it's just as likely. So I'm just going to Essence until remove these guys. I'm just going to Essence until the mod shows itself. And in the ideal universe, maybe it has Mercy and it actually has an open suffix, so I can actually reforge Eddie Res there. It never has if you need it. I mean, isn't that the truth though? Whenever I'm looking for an open anything, the game is like, I see you're just going for a clean socket, right? But this game wouldn't be fun if I could just give you that. So how about no? Yes. Okay. Cool. I guess we decided it's gonna be a no. All right. Nice talk. Yo, where is the Chaos Res? I'll check. Chaos Res is lower weight than the other resistances, that's for sure. But then the question would be, is it cheaper to just reforge Chaos until T1 Chaos? I doubt it, because we still have to Redeemer Slam and win a Redeemer Slam. There. Oh, would you look at that? Going to reforge lightning or anything else. The cheapest would be fire. Brother in Christ. Of course. It doesn't even surprise me. Can rings roll flat chaos? They cannot. They can't roll flat chaos, so reforged chaos is guaranteed to hit chaos rush. Whereas these guys cannot hit this. Weight wise, these guys are 3,000 versus 8,000. So it should still be weighted towards getting this, and I just got unlucky. But like, god damn. Why? I have an idea. What if I just bought bases, ring bases that match what I need? It might be cheaper than everything I'm doing so far. So let's just see. Let's just see. Chaos for us 31. This is a pseudo, but that's fine. Count 2. Well, 1 actually. Dexterity 50 plus. Cold, fire, lightning 40 plus. Let's see. This is the cheap parts. We still need mana life, so let's go life as well. 70. This is already Redeemer influence, sadly. Because I still need to hit an exalted orb. Prefixes. For what exalts? Redeemer exalt. I need to Redeemer exalt for minion damage. Thank you. Is there any eye level base where I can shut off or increase the odds of hitting what I want? If it's less than eye level 82, then yes, but it can't be at less than eye level 82 because we need T1. We want T1. These are 300 CAPs. Jesus. Weight wise, it is 1,500, so it's a bit more than 1 in 6 via Redeemer's Exalt. The 1 in 7. Ugh. Sad. How much do I want this ring? Is the question. I wanted a lot, I think. But it's a 1 in 7 to hit any tier minion damage, not necessarily it's a high tier. How much am I willing to spend would be the question. Count 1. Reforge, add influence mod. The problem with Reforge add influence mod is I would be giving up life for it. I would get minion damage, but then life would be an issue to get. That is like the one thing. Also, I'm just not realizing this has attributes modifier on it, which I prefer not to have, but it is 50. Well, it's not 50 without it. It's T2. Can you tell me real quick how the ring end product is supposed to look like? It's supposed to have dexterity, ideally chaos res, and then an elemental res as the suffixes. Then for the prefixes, we have life and minion damage. That is what the ring is supposed to look like. Now, minion damage can come from Redeemer. We need to be Redeemer influenced. So, if it has minion damage without Redeemer, like from Delve, I mean, we can't have Fractured regardless. So, there's no way Delve survives any crafting process to give you that. So Redeemer is realistically the only way to get minion damage, unless you're going for a bone ring, which is also an option. But the reason we don't go for a bone ring is the mod pool is inflated. So we're just going to rely on prefix implicits we care about with minion damage from Redeemer, basically. How much are Veiled Exalted? Veiled Exalted is like the easiest way I can think of to get guaranteed life, but that shit is expensive. It's 20 divines. Just not worth it. And medallions are how much? They are almost 5 apiece. The life roll sucks. Yeah, it does, but it's better than nothing, because we can't add remove because it's going to be influenced. So the only other thing we can do realistically is have, like, we can have life beforehand, then exalted orb and prage. That's basically it. That is probably what we have to do. Have life already, then build Exalt Slam Prage. That way we have decent life as well as minion damage. Number of prefix modifiers, max 2 or crafted prefix modifiers, min 1. Like, this guy is valid for what we're trying to do. But it's an iron ring, so I guess it doesn't really matter. The base might suck, but like, I mean, it beats this guy because this guy has shit chaos res. This is corrupted, so we can't do it. This is fractured, so we cannot do it. This is already Redeemer influence, so we can't do it. Vermilion ring preferred? Yes. I mean, Vermilion ring is just, I can get more life, basically. That's why I was crafting the Vermilion ring. I want to get more life. But it's not mandatory. Divines for Redeemer. Well, that's a brick. Sad. Oh no. This is going to be something. All right, let's liquidate a mirror shard, shall we? Holy shit. These guys have gone up in price. I mean, I'll take it. I won't complain. Redeemer, I'd buy 3 more for 2. Buy 2 more for 3. All right. Next viable base is this guy. That mana is despair. I guess if he already has memory strand, it has a decent chance of being a high tier mod, right? When I Redeemer exalt it. At the very least, if I hit minion damage, it can be decently high. Could try that. What is this? Oh, delve mod. Hi, would you take 3D for this? Question mark. Then have trade expire on you, because why not? That's the guy. Let's get the other guys that are also 3D. I'll buy the second ring once I slam this one. Of course. Holy, this is such an efficient use of money. Hmm? I sent a message beforehand, my dude. Okay, that's a waste of time. All right, where were we? We were quickly running out of bases to try to get this on. Is where we were. I don't want any base that just doesn't have good life, because at that point it's not worth it. Do we just give up on minion damage? We've spent so much on something that's, well, how worth it is it really when you think about it? It's about, in the best case scenario, it's how much minion damage. Let's see. I think for now, I'll just skip on it, and then maybe eventually if I choose to upgrade it, I'll go for it. Well, it's 22 to 25 on the high end, like T1. Which ring is the best out of all of these? Which one has the most life? Oh, this one does. But its lightning res is not great, whereas this one is not far behind but has a much better res. So I think we'll go for this guy. These two we just try to sell. One divine, one divine. Actually, two. You know by chance what the best melee specters are at the moment? I know a great deal about specters. The best melee specter, there is no hands down best, but I will ask, what do you want to do with the specter? What damage are you trying to convert to? What kind of build is it? And then I can maybe suggest from there. All right, we have rings. Can I link you something? In game at Deconic, sure. If it's like on like an actual link, you can on my Twitch stream, but not on YouTube. Depending on where the link is to. Okay. Brutality. Oh, you want to 12 link it, and its brutality it has to be fizz. Oh, what the hell? Made a bunch of these, but now you are lost. Okay. Now you don't know what spectre you want to use with this? I mean, these go really well with golems. If you ever wanted to make a golem, a carrion golem monster, a stone golem monster, these would go really well with that. For fizz, pure fizz. It doesn't have to be melee though. 800 diff for the flesh and flame. Yeah. You can't go elementalists technically, but yeah. Flesh and flame would 100% be stronger, but it's a lot more expensive. You can realistically go for ranged specters with this. And someone asked me a similar question yesterday, and I believe the answer we arrived at was syndicate operatives, but they wanted to use inspire rallying cry for the flat damage from a merc. This is not that. This is a 12 link. For a 12 link for pure fizz, you have the option of syndicate operatives. You have the option of ravenous macerators. Who else is there that would love these links, especially the crits? Many specters I'm thinking of right now convert, and that's problematic. You want something that just does the pure phase and that's it. Gotta write it down. All right, syndicate operatives were the first one I mentioned. They can be found from betrayal. The second one, ravenous macerators. You want to 100% convert to lightning, you can't. You have brutality in here. Brutality stops lightning damage. Does it not? Pretty sure it does. No physical, no chaos, and no elemental. You have to, with that base, you have to use physical. Or you have to craft something without brutality. They both have brutality. Yeah, if you want a 12 link, you'd have to make a new sword. Something with ideally elemental damage with attacks. would be amazing for what you're trying to do. But no, actually no. Early damage with attacks is bad because you would want awakened early damage with attacks, because this is a risk scarab meta, and without woke early damage with attacks, you are left vulnerable to reflect. Yes, you want to remove brutality from there. Brutality cannot be there if you want to use lightning converts. But on the note of lightning converts, you then have the option of potentially going Forged Vendigos. They are pretty decent. They already have base converts. I don't remember how much base converts. I think it was like 75. Dominated Vendigo. These guys from Verisium nodes. They have baseline lightning converts 75%, yes. And they have decent scaling. You can skip the gloves, most likely, yeah. With 25%, the only thing is phase reflect will still do damage to them, but 25% is such a small number, especially if you're just scaling stuff like elemental damage and attacks, where you're not scaling the physical portion of this. You can get by. However, without the gloves, phase reflect will eventually become problematic if you use things like minion damage that will scale that damage too. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, for the most part, for actual DPS scaling, you don't need the gloves. So this is what they look like. They have a flicker strike, so they actually engage pretty decently, and they have, I think, pretty decent base damage. I think they have a cooldown on their flicker strike, so they don't always do it. I know Stormblind, who is a member from the PoE Discord, Minion Discord, was messing around with them. I can't find his channel. What is his channel's name? I feel like at this point I have to go find our chats. This was in Settlers, of course, so, and this was using the 12 link, using Recom crafting, of course. It was actually a perfect 12 link. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, they blink around, they slap things around, and I think they can be scaled much harder than this. It's like having golems. The one problem I have with these guys is a lack of AoE. Like, they do have some AoE, but it's not great. They don't have as much as, like, let's say golem with cascade. Now, if you had to get an explode mercenary, that would be less problematic, because then you have, you know, explode. Your AoE is good and they have good single targets. But just keep that in mind. They don't have the best wave clear by in and of themselves. Yeah, you can melee splash on them, and you can explode mercenary potentially. So that's, but that's, I mean, you probably want a Doriani merc, so your explode will be limited to the Doriani mercenary's weapon and probably boots. But yeah, That is an option available to you. Melee splash will work. I don't know if he didn't put his POB in here, so we can't actually see the nitty-gritty of like his gear here. But yeah, these are an option for lightning scaling. For Fizz converts to lightning with the gloves, so that means you could also be looking for pure Fizz. YouTube. Just support our suffix, double crit and splash. Yeah, I mean, that would work. Just know if you put splash on the suffix, you would essentially not be able to remove splash from more single targets. What do I mean? If you had splash as a support link, then what you could in theory do was you would have your three suffix support, i.e. like faster attacks or multi-strike or whatever else alongside double crits. And then from there, you can unsocket multi-strike for melee splash for like something else that would give you single target DPS. And so your 12 link is just 12 links that are dedicated to single target DPS. Whereas if you were to go the route of having melee splash as a link, you can't then remove that pseudo link for single target DPS. But like, that's the only downside to having melee splash there. Otherwise, it's fine. Well, that and there's a weakened melee splash that would have a bit better clear. But like, that's about it. Yeah, it should be fine regardless. Like it's fine anyways. And then brutality needs to become something else. Early damage with attacks is fine if you don't plan on going risks, because you can just avoid reflect and you're fine. If you plan on going risks, then I would advise against that, because in that case you wouldn't have a weakened version with reflect immunity. Happy to help. What up, Moist? Welcome. How you doing? Okay, so I think we decided on this ring. So now what we need to do is we need to POB our current gear versus what is currently there and see if we cap on resistances. That being said, we are going to need to switch some stuff around. Like, I know one of these resistances needs to go from fire to like something else, but that is a trivial change, I think. Oh yeah, and shield. So this is fine. We're going to just need a bit more chaos res. Now we get 6 more from our Watcher's Eye, so that is already putting us as 73. But then we can go to the ring, get a 15%. Our lowest res is cold, so we probably want to do something about that. And then we want to quality it. We can't quality it. Yeah, we can't quality it here, but qualitying this guy should give us more chaos res to then cross over the res threshold. So we are fine. But that being said, code res is the lowest, so I kind of want to switch the code res on here for the fire hybrid to code and chaos. And I think I may have fucked up. Yeah, I forgot to remove these. All right. The character is ready, more or less. We still need to get the flasks, but that's a minor thing. Just got my first ever mirror. Thought I'd share. Congratulations, that is huge. Did you dropped it naturally, or was it like from grinding? I'm doing good. I'm about to see if my meme build idea is, you know, so meme it can't work, or if there's hope for it. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. There are a few things we're going to need from this character. Oh, div card duping. You gambled for it. Shit. That's insane. Very lucky. Yeah, that sounds really lucky. Let's just go over the flasks real quick. See what we can get. These are my pre-rolled flasks. I think all my mage blood flasks are gone. This one uses topaz, so that wouldn't work. What suffixes do we have? Corrupted blood immunity, move speed, stun. So firstly, Quicksilver would have to let's do it this way. POE.co clear. It needs to have a count. I mean, actually no, we'll just do and then count here, and it needs at least one of these. Increase effect 25. So wait, how many cards did you start at and how many cards did you end at? I assume you started at 1 and ended at a full stack of House of Mirrors. House of Mirrors that gives you mirror shard, right? I think so. And then we have done during effect 52. Bleed corrupted during effect. Effects curses during effect. We just feel like curses. I honestly want to remove it for regen, to be, if I'm being very honest with you. I want to remove that one for regen. I really like reduce effect of curses, but I already have some coming from Hateful Accuser, and I have more coming from here. It's not a lot, but I don't have that big of an effect of curse on me anymore. So I think I'm going to switch it. This is going to go for Jesus. And it scared me. Come back. For regen. We'll do that for regen. All right. So do we have regen? We have regen on this guy. So that's already a leg up, right? So we have this, which means we're only fighting for three suffixes, which is move speed during effect 14. Dropped 2, then duped the rest. Oof. Congrats. What are you gonna do with your shiny new mirror? So I guess first and foremost, we have Quicksilver already. We just need to work on getting Topaz, Quartz, and Bismuth. And out of all of those, Quartz could be the most expensive. So let's see quartz first and foremost. Quartz and immunity to corrupted blood. Let's turn off immunity to corrupted blood because that's the easiest to get. Basically a divine for quartz. What about bismuth? Basically over a divine. So bismuth is going to get, and this is for most speed. This is for a chance to avoid stun. Bismuth get corrupted blood. This gets chance to avoid stun. And then my topaz can get movement speed. I think that's the play. Running RF right now on Delhi. How are the explodes feeling? Heard lots of good things about RF when it comes to delirium farming. You just need to kill one thing and then boom. Chieftain, right? Or not? Are you non-chieftain? We're going for a 68. Actually, this is one of those ones where we kind of want we kind of want a perfect 70 if possible. Yeah, just because we didn't get a full 55%, so just to be safe. All right, who's next? We have avoid stun. So bismuth will get corrupted blood immunity. Which is 30 chaos. And then last is topaz flask with movement speed, which of course is 1.5 divines. Can't shy away from the 1.5 divines, eh? Thank you. The Aegis Aurora that Nameless here gave me. One of the very few times the Nameless here has given me something useful. Thank you. We'll just buy 50 of them. Wait, what? Gonna divine on them then, since that's what y'all want. And then hit it on the first try because why not? So pause it is then. Let's go. What is 0.5? 103. Shifting with 90% and 9k life. 9k life is wild. Good shit. All right, let go. What's my favorite league mechanic in Merc? I don't know that I have a favorite league mechanic per se. Like in terms of giga juiced strategies, I enjoy doing Blight into 16.5s. In terms of just general mechanics I like playing, come get it. Thank you. Black Boy was too much for my PC. The key is having a decent level of explode. That way you never have to worry about having too many mobs on your PC, mobs on your screen at once. Oh shit, you know, I just remembered something. We do need to get our AG's gear. We haven't done that, but I will let that character get his own AG's gear. But yeah, do I have a favorite? I don't think I have a favorite. The one I ran the most was Settlers. I actually did enjoy Settlers, unironically. But I don't know if I would call it my favorite either. All right, let's wear our shit and let's actually get a lot of refund points, and let's actually get our tree in order, shall we? Let's look at the tree. We have a lot of respecing to do. You can go back to my stash. I'm done twink leveling. What minion build is it going to be? Ultimately, it is going to be an anime guardian build. That is the TLDR of what it's going to be, what it is eventually aspiring to become. In the shorter term though, well, that's what I'm trying to get. I'm going to be trying to get it to. We're going to do this so we can actually get it connected. Then we're going to just, okay, maybe leave this in place and then put this and then remove from here. And we need to buy a gem craft as well. All right, first things first. Convocation. Curse effect. More curse effect. I need to get the cluster from my main. Oh wait, this one doesn't use the cluster. Never mind. I actually have the two clusters right here. All right. Yoink. One of you doesn't have a last mod. Let's exalt that real quick. Not bad. Are we going to see the build today? Hopefully. We have a decent amount of the gear crafted.
Hopefully.
We do still need to get the AG's gear sorted, but I am hoping we get to see it today. Oh, wrong one. Megalomaniac with... But this is this. Dot, flash charges gain. We care about Hound's Mark and Enduring Composure. We need to get a small cluster jewel for that slot. For this one, we need to put this and this. We have all the other jewel sockets, so this is going to be Watcher's Eye. We need Melding also from other characters, so Melding and Watcher's Eyes need to be here. And then we need this because we need it for reservation and effects. Then let's equip our gear, shall we? Amulets, we need to anoint for the amulet, and we need the penance mark from the other character, or we can buy another one. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's buy another one just so we don't have to switch back and forth. We also need a life flat. Actually, we need a bottled fate. That's what we need. Let's get a bottled fate real quick. $5.8, which is 164. Thank you. Yeah, we have that. We have I feel like I want to automate this. Because even single targets, we're going to have a decent amount of uptime on this simply because we're going to be killing a lot. This is quality, right? Yeah. Oh. Tenant, Hateful Accuser. Hateful Accuser with max chaos res. $19.55. This costs over a divine? Really? Fuck it. And then you're not online? Brother in Christ. Alright.
I can't. Dude just got the trade special. Oh, the price? Oh, you're not online?
Like Jenny, I'm like, okay. I'm like, I debated for a second. I'm like, okay, fuck it. And then you're not. What are these hideouts, yo? Thank you very much. What does our res look like? We still need to get purity of elements and purity of... We need to get our melding. So we're picking up melding from this character and we're picking up Watcher's Eye. Those two jewels. Meldin, Watcher's Eye. What else do we need from this character? I think that's about it. Watcher's Eye. Meldin. Meldin. We don't need this Joe. We don't really need anything else. Yeah. I don't think I need anything here. Then Watcher's Eye. Meldin. Then our res goes down because we need a well leveled purity of elements, as well as a purity of lightning. The lightning, does it need to be leveled or no? It doesn't need to be leveled, it just needs to be 2020. I do have those already. I guess I should check if I already took one in the past. No, it's not here. Purity of lightning, yes I did. And then purity of elements. I feel like I have a 2020 on a different character, but it's fine. I'll just take this one and level it up. Dex, Cold Res, Chaos Res, Evasion. Holy. Is that for the build? Did you craft this? Go Gamba it. All right, thank you very much. For the advice, maybe you hit prefixes. I mean, I'm more. I can also give you some currency. Let me invite you to my hideout first and foremost. All right. We good? All right, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. And if you have any more questions, do let me know. Was Giga easy to make? It's very straightforward. Now the question is, are we gonna hit? Yeah, let's do it. The question is, are we gonna hit it? Oh, Reek. You recombed? All right. I mean, recomb is really good for it if you can stand to like alt spam and whatnot. I just didn't have the patience for it today. Maybe I will try to do it and just mass produce some of them so I can gamba, but we'll see. Let's go to hideouts. Let's drop everything we need for my main build so we can save a few divines. So we're going to do this, and we're going to undo what we just did. I give him back his Watcher's Eye and his Melody. So we can actually kill stuff. So now we're going to Beastcraft. Prefixes can't be changed, and we're just going to go from there. You can print the rings easily. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Like it's dexterity and double res. The dexterity portion is just alt spamming. The chaos res you can reforge and then annul down if you need to, like magic it down. You don't even need to, you just need to isolate it as a suffix. And then the code res, same thing, just isolate it. One ring with essence, harvest crafts, chaos on his second ring. Okay, so that gives, and then when you have your resulting base, do you reforge? Or do you try to recom into a 3 suffix? So we're going to meta mod it.
The first ones are watching survive.
Life is too precious to waste.
Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete.
You recom to 3 suffixes. Okay. Reforge life. How do I not have purple juice? Where did I spend it on? I think I spent it yesterday. Never mind. Dude, juice is expensive. Even purple is like 5,600.
I think it's time to log in, bro. I was thinking about it today.
Okay.
He's gonna phase, trust.
Oh god, why did you have to? Okay, buddy. Annul. You haven't failed me before. Don't start now. Boom. Okay. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. I'm out of yellow beasts. I ran out yesterday as well. Okay, let's do this. Let's go buy yellow beasts because I do still see myself beast crafting in the future. So what I did yesterday and what I can do today, to be honest, to just get a map out of the way, we can just go here, take a strand, go here, pick up Einhar. Where's Einhar? Put in Einhar. Put in duplicating. Don't even touch your tree. And then just send it.
Be hunted, Exile. The first ones look upon this capture with pride. You hunt well. I'll never wear chains again.
Know your
Chains
place.
or otherwise. Was it one exile?
Okay, we have movement speed.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. Off you go, little beast. Away. Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. That was a great hunt, Exile.
Einhar is done. And we've gotten some yellow beasts. And then we just go back to Menagerie. Alright, so let's do this again. Meta mod.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, Exile. The ritual is complete.
Hello.
We have another try at this. Let's reforge life. And we're getting T1 now. T5, T5, T5. I don't think we settle. I think we try to get even more. And if we run out of bees this time, we'll actually just go by.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, Exile.
You are nothing.
You are truly a survivor.
Come on. Brother. Up, not down. On the bright side, I haven't had to annul it again. On the downside, I mean, we haven't hit yet. And I feel like I'm going to run out of bees soon for meta mod. I don't quite remember how many I have.
Exile. You are truly a survivor.
I don't quite remember how many more I have. Holy shit, how are you getting worse? How is it possible that you are getting worse? Every single click is going the wrong way. It's going the wrong way. Don't do this to me. Where's my AG? He just didn't feel like coming to the arena, eh?
Prove to the first ones you are worthy.
What are we going to run out of first? Bristle Matrons or Yellow Beast?
The ritual is complete.
Looks like it's probably both. So this is probably the last click. Come on. Do it. There we fucking go. Okay. I'm happy with that one. Now, where are you? Okay, let's do this. Nice try. Nice try. 07. But honestly, this is a pretty good ring base. We might actually switch to this versus the other guy. You know, I think we still use it even though we bricked the Redeemer. I think it's still useful. I think we still use it 100%. So, I mean, can't
You
complain.
know, one of the worst lucks I've ever seen for slamming. I just need to, if you didn't know that, I just needed to be the one to tell you that.
Every single time I have tried to slam, it just never works out. I don't understand the luck.
Never play a slammer, bro.
Oh man. Oh, you have a 99% chance to crit? All right. Let's see you crit let's see you not crit 5 times in a row. How about that? All right. You and I think you're replacing you, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're both cold res, so should be fine. What does my chaos res look like? Not, I haven't put in the jewels that I should be putting in, so let's put them in. Wait a second. What is supposed to be in here? Bound by Destiny. Oh, I forgot this jewel socket as well. So you go in there. You go in there. Now, what does this look like? We're still not affected by purity of element, so we are missing 46 chaos. Whereas, so 40 plus this is 46 plus this is 34, and that's 74. So I do need to catalyst it, but that is fine, I think.
Good luck to you.
How many days for a resistance catalyst? Yo, prismatics are going for 4.5 per divine. Holy.
Yeah, I have to buy 2. She was insane.
That is wild. All right, so this is enough chaos res. Next up, we need to figure out jewels. So let's go through our links. You are prime for our anime guardian. Wait, we need 100 strength. Ooh, how much strength do we have? 86. I mean, that is fine. We're gonna get this. We can get strength from the small cluster jewel. That should be decent, but at the same time, we also plan on doing this. So we'll spend those 2 points now preemptively, just to get the strength requirement out of the way. Just starting out. Then aura effect on me. Now we'll go for this versus this. We go for this because this is very important. And then I think this is AoE. And then the other one is offering effect. We need 2 points for here, so let's start there. Small cluster jewel. Small cluster jewel. Take this. It should be max of 2, but it should be curse effect. And it should have strength added small. It should also have life too. It should also have life. Wait, 2 is the highest amount. Oh, that's the highest amount of life that has strength. All right, let's just find a decent combo. This is not bad. Oh my goodness, that was dumb.
Oh no.
I forgot to put the main reason I go for it, which is Hound's Mark.
Oh no.
I can get a lot of strength from that one node, but I don't think I need the strength if I'm being very honest. So instead of that, I'll prioritize life from the node. As much life as possible. Okay, are you actually going to do the thing? This is a divine, but it also has some res. I'll take it.
Hello, hello.
That name is interesting. Bricked up babushka. That is an interesting name, my friend.
You know what I've been doing on the side, just cause why not? Is Egan.
Yeah, I just run the maps white.
Yeah, I do the boss rare, but I run the map.
Because like, why not?
Cause I
You
have
don't
to
even
do the
need
boss rare
scarabs.
for a challenge.
Yeah, you don't even need scarabs. You just send it.
Even the other bosses are decent currency, because people want them for the orbs, right?
Mm-hmm. Hmm. I have a very good amount of attack block coming from the shield baseline. So I'm inclined to go this starting out. Just get a decent amount of spell block. And then we have, we have many levels we still need to get. We need to pick up this life node. We have this, which is the most important piece of everything. We need to anoint Hound's Mark. Or Expert Hunter, rather, which is Indigo Black Black. Indigo Double Black. We have the blocks. No, we need one more. Black oil. Sure. This is violets. Indigo double black. So now, can I look at Penance Mark's curse effect? No, I cannot. Of course I can't. Because why would I be able to? Can I use you now? Yeah, I can. Anime Guardian is in there. All right, let's figure out links now. Then once we're done with links, we can figure out actually gearing the Anime Guardian, which we haven't so far. So first things first, and nothing depends on being socketed into anything else. So the helmets. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to put the auras in the helmets. Plan on using an Enlighten 4. Those should have dropped in price, I think. While we're at it, we'll just quality it up. I got full link and I just kept clicking for whatever reason. And we need full blue here. For the gloves, we need one red. For the boots, we are going to need one red as well. One red. And I think that is all right. We need a level 21 race Spectre, which I feel like we should already have a spare of, but if we don't, I will go grab it from the other character. No, we do not. All right, we'll grab it from the other character. Do we need anything else from you as well Purity of elements, maybe? No, we don't. We aren't using purity on this character. Are we using Tempest Shield in the POB? Let me look at my auras. Malevolence, generosity, precision. I do use Tempest Shield. Tempest Shield. What else is needed here? I don't need bone offering. Early focus, control destruction. We don't need any of these. Feeding frenzy, because why not? Shield charge, sure. Is shield charge faster attacks here? Or do we not bother? Oh, we don't use shield charge. We don't have the space. Okay. Shield charge stays here then. We don't have a defensive here either, but we do use convocation. Where's my convocation in this setup? All right. We also need to change this to one of each color. Blue, red, green. There. Do I have a malevolence? 21, 23. I'd rather have it 21, 20, but this will do for now. Then we need generosity. Yeah, so we'll use this for now. Eventually, once we get awakened generosity, and then precision. We want a level 12 precision, so we're just going to start from level 1. Okay. Raise Spectre goes with Feeding Frenzy, Minion Life, and Empower 4. We'll give them Empower 3 for now, because we can hit level 26 with it. And then for here, Minion Life. There. That's a 20 Minion Life. Probably want to quality it up for the extra, but who cares? Then we have Stone Golem. That's of Safeguard. You want to looking for base Stone Golem because we want regen. Nothing. All right. Alongside Flame Dash.
Hail, Godslayer.
Despair. And Convocation. Then Tempest Shield goes in the helmet alongside Purity of Lightning, Purity of Elements, and then an Enlighten 4. Let's check out the price of an Enlighten 4, shall we? I'm gonna make you rich. Rich how? And gem level 4, Enlighten 4. Holy shit, is expensive. Still expensive. I've spent so much already. What's another 25 div? I got this, but okay. We still need to get the gems for what on earth? What is even going on here? Enlighten 4. Thank you. Prices for vermilion rings are crazy. Like for a crafted vermilion ring? Oh, shit. Oh, that is good. They are very printable. Congrats. I mean, that is definitely quite the profit craft there. And someone's gonna buy it because people like vermilion rings. Like, who doesn't like extra life? Oh, sure. We have the triple color we need. Life. I mean, they don't need to be links. Life tap. Actually, they do. Life tap, flesh, spirit offering. My other build is using my spirit offering. So we're gonna use this. I'm gonna use. Desecrates. And now for AG, we haven't actually bought our AG's gear. Like, genuinely, we've still not spent money on our AG's gear, but first and foremost, let's get Awakened Area of Effects. That is like the most important side gem aside the 2120 Infernal Legion, which will be the next a 5. A level 5 is going to look like how much? 5 divines. How much is a level 1? 3 point whatever. Okay, we'll take the 5 divine. We'll take the level 5 then. How are you not online, my dude? How? 6 at 6 divines, it's less worth. Cause like now I'm thinking, do I just get level 1 and level it with beast crafting? I don't want to have to swap characters anymore. I don't want to. So got change. Question mark? We give 6 divines. Next up, Infernal Legion. Oh, a Reg Defiler Enjoyer. Thank you. We can increase AoE. Let's just do this real quick. Oh, wrong one. All right. And then we're going to give all our support gems a level from elsewhere, but that's a... We'll worry about that in a bit. We need to get all the support gems first and foremost. Let's start with the Awakened gems. We need Awakened AoE, Awakened min damage. Min damage is on our other character. We can go grab it. Increase crits 2120 or just 2020 to be honest. We need to worry about any Awakened gems besides minion damage. No. Oh. Swift Affliction. Huh. All right, so here comes another choice. Do we leave Swift Affliction in or not? Yeah, we do. Without Swift Affliction, Infernal Legion is going to do nearly as much damage as it should. Is there any support gem we can use that would give damage to the explode as well as the burn? I'm inclined to believe no. I'm inclined to believe no. We've used the generics like minion damage, increase AoE, stuff like that. Now I think we have to use the specifics, which is Swift Affliction for Infernal Legion and then crit for this. Before crit it was burning damage, and burning damage is just Infernal Legion. So let's get an Awakened Swift Affliction if it's not expensive, and if not, we just slap on a Swift Affliction. What build is this? Not a build I recommend lightly. I don't recommend. I don't know if it's going to work or not. That's why I'm calling it meme. But it is going to be an RF AG explode build. Give or take.
One, two, three, let's go!
What, retro?
Ambush.
Ooh, oh, congrats. So what, you dropped 3 of them?
It's 2. 2. It dupes, right? Cause the box set. Sorry. I didn't mean that. Sorry. No, I didn't scream.
Mango's so
Didn't mean to make such a
excited.
manly sound.
I don't know if manly is the word I would use, but sure, let's go with that. Let's go with that. 0.362. But yeah, to answer your question, this is just a... We're going to be doing damage from Giga Explode scaling, as well as Giga... as trying to scale Infernal Legion as much as possible, and a shit ton of AoE scaling. We still have a lot. What goes here again? Who cared about green? Who cared about green? Wait. Oh, increased crits cared about green. That was the guy. All right. So that's 60 of the awakens. Now we can go for Infernal Legion, which is the next most important support gem. 21, 20. They should be cheap because Infernal Legion is cheap AF. Is, you know. Yeah, it is 90. The meme in this is going to come from what you guys are about to see. Now, as you may know, Infernal Legion, as you may not know or you may know, Infernal Legion's base damage comes from its gem level. And at level 21, it has a gem level of 2000 or a base fire damage per second of 2000. So by giving it more levels, you're going to give it a shit ton of more flat damage. So watch what happens when I put it in here. It's level 30. It's a fucking level 30 support gem. And that isn't even all, because we actually should be doing something else. And that something else in this case is... where can I spare a point from? I don't know that there's anywhere that has a free point right now, at least. So we're just going to yoink this from somewhere that's can handle it being yoinked from. I don't know where that somewhere is. Probably here. That's like the only yoinkable place. And then we're going to do 30 life. And then we're going to do this. Divines. Gemcraft. Gemcraft is how many chaoses? 299, sure. And then we're going to slap this on there. And now it is level 31. Even more base damage. All right, what is next? Increase crits for the explode is here. And then you are... What is the last one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't we have it? Okay, minion damage from my other character. That's what's missing. I was like, what on earth? What in tarnation? I'm going to be so sad if this build ends up not just absolutely sucking.
The journey.
It's all about the journey, eh? All right, let's get a 2020 increased crits. Increased crit strikes is 2120. There's only 9 available. It's 2D. Sure, I'm just gonna get 2020. Screw that. Like how much extra percent is that? 3%. Like I can do without 3% if it saves me a divine and a half plus. Like literally. Eventually we are going to upgrade it, but the reason we're going increased crits, by the way, is because increased crit has a flat crits, like base crit chance basically. And by having base crit chance, we're able to give our AG slightly more, like basically slightly more crit chance on his explode, which has a base crit chance of 0%. Thank you very much. Alternatively, you could also craft spark gloves or something for the crit chance, but like I think you would miss out on quite a bit in that case. All right, so this is 170% increased crit. What else are we missing? We're missing an anime guardian. We're missing specters. So first things first is anime guardian. We're going to sell our second mirror shard. We are officially broke after this sale.
Are you actually?
Yeah. You thought I was
How much
joking
does
when
this build cost so far?
I don't know, 300 div plus. Probably more than that. I'm just being conservative, if you will. Because like while I was still putting together the chains of command, I spent 40 divines on this build. Remember, just in the early onset of this idea, I spent 40 divines real quick. So and then after all the different like influence gear we've crafted, we've used a lot of awakener orbs, a lot of orbs of dominances, and orbs of dominance is like 6 divines a piece. We filled some in the process, stuff like that. So there is definitely a cost, and that's ignoring the mage blood, of course, but I don't count mage blood because I have it. Right, so this is what we're going to use, but we need to divine this. We need to divine this and get a decent chance to explode alongside decent unveiled magnitude. So this might take a few divines. Still 84. Explode is still shite. 84 with 21%. I mean, this is not bad. This is a 21 and an 84. The explode is being very stubborn here. It really doesn't want to get into the higher, like, you know, the upper bounds. I really want it in the upper bounds, all right? To click or not to click? I can't harvest. I can't harvest craft this, so we're going to do area of effect. Let's do enchant, and let's just make sure area of effect is our best enchant. Weapon range, AoE. AoE is currently what we're thinking of. Yeah, it's just AoE. And then, of course, before we forget, we're going to quality it up. So what did you say?
Always click.
Of course you say that.
I clicked.
We have a 38% chance to explode already. I don't like the increased chaos damage roll though. It could be higher. We'll click one. We'll click again. Where is the explode? 22, but then magnitude is worse. Holy, bottom row magnitude. Dude, we got 90% of the magnitude, but then freaking explode chance low rolls. This explode chance. What is going on there? Oh shit, 42% explode chance. That's a near max roll explode chance, but then the unveiled magnitude is ass. So increased chaos is kind of bad, but explode is looking really good. Chance to steal double damage is also max roll, but it is not being scaled as much as it should be because of the magnitude being as low as it is. It's a mid roll magnitude. The thing is, once I give my AG this weapon, he can't take it back. So I need to make sure it's good. So I'm going to click again. Brother, 25%. It's not happening. Hold up. It's a 40% explode chance, but they... okay. Every single time I get good unveiled, the explode chance gets fucked. 41% and pretty decent unveil chance. We get 25 chance to deal double damage. We have decent increased chaos damage. We have decent, like everything looks pretty decent here. but 1% chance to explode could be better. But beggars can't be choosers. I think this is what we're gonna go with. So weapon is set. His chest piece needs to be crafted. His chest needs to be crafted. His helmet is free. Mask of the Stitch Demon, we'll just go by real quick. Mask of the Stitched Demon. It's 11 divines? What? Dude, what the fuck? You know, at this point, I'm thinking about just changing my case or come after this because he already has the helmet. Oh, 11 fucking divines. Okay, whatever. We'll do it. Screw it. At this point, what's 11 more divines? At this rate, I'm going to run out of currency before I do craft, before I know the build. We've sold all our big ticket currency items. We don't have our luck anymore. We don't have our shards anymore. We are broke. Surely we don't regret this build. We don't log out because of it. That's cheap. They sold for 25 a couple days ago. Surely I log into alpha at this rate.
What about Mask of the Stitch Demon shit?
Yeah. I mean, it's 11 fucking divines.
Unlucky.
You think it's got price fixed? I think
No.
alpha is unpopular, but like, this is a regular league. Like, why the fuck is it this expensive? You know?
It's not that. It's not price fixed.
I don't think inflation is hitting so hard that it should be 11 divines is my point.
It's just one of those uniques that people don't do enough of Alpha to get. A lot of Alpha's uniques, like when you want to buy them, they'd be like surprisingly pricier.
Not in a regular league is my point. And mercenaries aren't using them. So like there's no, compared to a regular league, there isn't like an increased demand for it. And the supply for it is typically stable across all leagues because every single league I buy Mask of the Stitch Demon. This is the most expensive it's ever been.
Are you sure it's not actually used by mercs?
They don't have the raw ES values to give the regen. The whole point of why it works on AGs because they have insane raw values. So when they have like life as extra ES, which they have like, which you can get like 60% of, it's giga regen. Mercs don't have that advantage. It went up from 6 and 7 divs to 25D in like 2 days. Yeah, that sounds sketch. And keep in mind, if it's like recently, no new builds have come out that are just like pushing this. No huge streamer has made a build on it that wasn't already using it. Gazi hasn't made a new build on it or anything like that, you know. So like Baylor hasn't. Baylor is playing Dead Souls. Before I broke down, there were times where there were like 1 to 2 vials on the markets only. Are there any on the market right now? Maybe alpha temples are money. Maybe.
I'm not gonna be the ones to find out. I mean, they are money though.
I definitely will not be the one to find out. I don't think I enjoy alpha content that much. We have weapon, we have helmets. What do we need? We need chests, we need boots. Boots are wind screams. I don't have issues with boots. Gloves are going to be grave binds with either enfeeble or early weakness. I would prefer, I don't know which I prefer to be honest, because like with early weakness, the RF aura is going to burn more. But with enfeeble, everybody's going to be tankier. Just baseline. I guess we'll see the price. If it's expensive, maybe we'll try to plan around having it in the future. 30 divines? Yeah, we're not gonna go for that.
I can bulk. Alpha tempos are
Enfeeble.
2.4.
Like for how many?
Like in bulk.
That's expensive.
Yeah, I bought 10 today.
What'd you say?
I bought 10 today. I can tell you it is. I said that when it happened. I was like, damn, this is faster than I remember.
All right, 2 divines for enfeeble. And honestly, my POB has enfeeble, so that's what I'm going off of. Enfeeble, Gravebind, thank you very much. All right, glove sets. He doesn't have his source of endurance charges, so Windscream is, you know, nothing insane. Giving him percent increased life is honestly not a bad idea. Percent increased ES would also be a lot of regen for him as well, but I think ultimately increased life is the play. So we'll try to get Windscream or increased life.
Sorry.
Increase life implicits. 150C. There are lots of people who show up on trade and are just not online. I don't get it. I do not get it. I need to get tainted currency to improve the thing. If you're only going to sell it for a divine, I'm literally not even going to bother. 6% increased life is 6% increased life. Like, it's not even that crazy. Like, there are way more pressing things than 6% increased life. So I was just giving him a non-corrupted version, and that'd have been it. Thank you. All right, and now all that's left is chests. There's 2 things we can do for chests. A is explode. I'm a big fan of going for an explode chest, because by going for the explode chest, I'm getting additional curses. I would be getting an extra source of explode, which is going to be its own damage source, which is going to increase our overall DPS. Or we go for a Carcass Jack, which has Giga AoE. Now, I don't actually know which is going to be better, so we're going to start off with a max roll AoE Carcass Jack, and then we're going to craft a chest piece depending on how that feels. Go explode. I want to go explode. We have him with enough increased AoE to where I think explode is the play. They are very fun to craft. I know. I have crafted it. I crafted it for my chains of command. I'm just thinking, if I go explode, I can't test Carcass Jack. But if I go Carcass Jack, I can still test explode. That's kind of the thought process here. I can see how Carcass Jack feels, and then go for the explode that I always wanted to go regardless, because I can replace it, right? Also, Inn of Kulamak is enchantment AoE save. Does that increase the AoE in any way, shape, or form? Yes, it does. Slightly, 5% increased. You have a near max roll for Carcass Jack? Oh, shit. Okay. That's kind of nice. Were you using this? I assume you were. What build? Duration gems. I can have it? You sure? That's a really good chest, and it's 6 linked as well. And if it goes on the AG, like it's not coming back. Oh shit. What are you running? Val Temples? Thank you. All right. For science, we have this.
Ahoy there!
Wait, did it drop like this? I assume this means that you never, or just buy link and resell. And because it's corrupted, it's cheap to do. I wanted to get tainted. I wanted to get tainted jewelers, right? No, not jewelers. Amara scraps. I probably need more of them. Oh shit. We just one-tap that guy. Who said we needed more of that? We just got 320%. All right, so roll call. Helmets, chests, boots, gloves, weapon, and offhand. I am not missing quality on anything. Is the plus so good, or you need AoE? I needed AoE, but I'm only missing 5% increase, and that's not the biggest difference when I have so much AoE already. Does that make sense? Like already we're at 160% increase AoE, so 5% is not, and that's without Carcass Jack, so 5% is not going to change the world. Socketed AoE, nah, it's cool. This, I was talking about the AoE explicit modifier, increase AoE there. That is the one we're trying to get the most use out of. And increased damage also gives us a bit more RF aura damage as well. So Carcass Jack has its use for this 100%. All right, let's do this. Everything is qualitied. I don't know what other checklist I need, but like I want to believe everything is fine. +1 curse, which this means, here's something that this means though. Because we only have +1 curse, we can't apply despair, or we're going to replace, I mean we can, but he's just going to replace one of our curses anyways. We'll see how it's going to go. We're going to try having 3 curses on an enemy, i.e. Hateful Accuser, as well as Despair, and then his Enfeeble, but we'll see. We still have what else do we still have? Am I lagging? No.
Sound good.
We still need to get our Spectres. But for now, let's see. Anime Guardian, where are you at? Let's just take y'all off. Not because I think it will replace anything, but because why not? Huh? Does Carcass Jack have a mod I'm not aware of? Why would he die there? He has no reason to die. The fuck? Oh. I see. He doesn't have his regen yet. So Infernal Legion is cooking him, literally.
Ascendancy?
What'd you say?
Where's the region from?
Helmets. I hadn't given him helmets. I had just animated his. I don't think
expensive for it.
Yeah, basically.
Let's see.
All right, Mr. AG. I wonder how big your RF aura is right now. But we're not done yet. We do still need to figure out. Let's. Aura wise, our res looks good. That is a good first step. Then. Are there any other auras we haven't turned on? No. Summon Stone Golem. Cool. What else do we have that needs to be done? Spectres. We need to get our spectres in order. We have one of the spectres, i.e. good old Turtle. Two of the spectres are going to come from the Ashen Fields. We need a host chieftain. We need a host chieftain. I'm going to need a Carnage chieftain. New Merc. All right. No, it's not living corpses.
Oh no.
Okay, no, okay. We have a Carnage, I think. Yeah, we have a Carnage chieftain. That's one. That's Carnage still. He exploded. Brother, I can't even find a host. Oh, there. Host. There we go. All right, we have two of our specters. Number 3 is gonna come from trade. Number 3 is perfect Hulking Miscreation, because Animate Guardian is a construct and therefore should get his increased damage buff, which has really good uptime. Or not, it has decent uptime, but really good increased damage. And then we already have, we dropped a turtle today, so we're gonna pick that. We're going to just take that from our stash. This is precision. We'll level it up. Level. Sure. Oh, all of that is for the Guardian. Yes, everything is for the Guardian. Thank you. All right, so now you. Hulking Miscreation, and just to confirm, you can have 4, right? Yep. So turtle, let's go. What aura is missing from here? Tempest Shield. Okay, cool. So for you, I feel like there's something else that's missing, but let's just organize our skills for now. Convocation. This. We still need to craft our mercenaries gear, but like
The moment demands.
that's fine. That is fine for now. We're going to try the ritual tree and see how that goes. Let's just make sure there's nothing here that breaks me. Yeah, everything here looks fine. The moment of truth. I am nervous. How do I'm nervous? Is it? Desecrate can go.
Life is short, Dylan.
All right, let's see what the Are we not getting explodes? Is anything being overwritten? Does this have less effect of curses by chance? I don't think so. So why did that guy just not die? Would he be conk ground? Would he have reduced the effect of my curses? But like, I have increased effect. So I imagine no. Not completely. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. There's something going on that I'm not quite figuring out what. It should be spawning. Did I get the wrong? I'm not seeing the phantasms. The phantasms aren't spawning. And I can't quite figure out why they aren't spawning. Why on earth would they not spawn? Because the single target is entirely dependent on summoning the phantasms, and there's 84 less AoE on the map. Yeah, but that's player AoE, not minion minion AoE. So like, as you can see, he's still clearing fine, but we aren't summoning the things that should be summoned aren't being summoned, and I don't understand why they aren't being summoned. Curse effects would be the easy, oh, that's it. But I can't see any curse effects here. Less effect of curses. Oh, fucking hell, there is. I was so confused. Okay, so that's why anything running a map with more than 67% in like reduced curse effects is basically going to make sure you don't summon a single phantasm. So you don't want to have less effect of monsters, of curses on monsters in your maps, because, well, this is gonna happen, and now you're entirely reliant on the dots you're not scaling. I was so confused for a second. I'm like, what? Because I could tell they weren't getting spawned because I can't hear the explodes, right? Like, it's obvious you're not getting spawned. So yeah, we can't use despair while we have the mark because we need extra curse on our AG's chest. So far so good though. It's clearing really fine. The single target is the problem, like we expected. Since we can't explode single targets, we might need to employ burning damage just to help us with our altars. It's not going to be insanely good, but it's better than what we currently have, which is increased crit for something that is not really so. I would rather have that so that we can at least burn a bit quicker than trying to use curses. Realistically, I should just put it in my next map, like genuinely. The pops are very satisfying, by the way. Like, those sound insane, and that one was very smooth, but I assume the reason it was as smooth as that is because,
When I'm ready and not before.
dude, the entire screen just deletes. I assume the boss got spawned with mobs, which is why that felt as nice as it did. Patches of consecrated ground is something we should also avoid as a modifier because that comes with less effect of curses. So that would reduce our single target by a decent chunk. Have I tried div card ritual?
You stain the ground with your
What do you mean div card ritual? Like, have I seen the ritual that produces nothing but div cards? I haven't seen it yet. I've heard of it, but I actually haven't seen it yet, sadly. All right, map is done. Increased strength ends. Corrupted, no. Nothing here is good. Reroll. Rewritten, sure, we can differ that. Is mortal ignorance any amount of money? It's 60 chaos. Holy shit. Forty-four int. No. Nah. Fractured T4. Not great. T2 crit with bowls. Oh, but that's money then. Chaos res, mana regen. All right, so pick this up. Defer that. Defer that. Minions have increased move speed. No one's gonna buy that. Defer that. All right. I leveled to 100 in Simus, sold mortar fragments for 21. 21 divines in mortar fragments. Oh, that is insane. I don't think I've ever seen them that expensive. Put this up for 1D. All right, I need to scan this better because I don't know how curse effects snuck through the last time, but this one has no curse effects. It has no curse effects, no con ground, nothing of the sorts. I'm going to hide precision.
Might judgment pass.
Oh, now I can put crit back in because we're done with that map. Is the AoE still too small? I can't tell. On 90 voices go for 10D. Yeah, I did some simuls, so like that one I know. They are insanely profitable. Yeah, I'll try it. My biggest worry is single target, so I need to keep I need to keep an eye out for how far away these guys are spawning from the bosses. I can't tell how big the AoE is by eyeballing it, I don't think. That is like the one disadvantage. Also, I feel like I should have shield charge on this build.
I am the judgment of innocence.
Oh look, Fallen Reverend, he should be a decent...
Cater made me strong.
He should be a decent test for it. Now, something to note right now is our Battle Mage's cry from our Warlord is not great. We don't have Warcry scaling on from like his gear yet. And until we get that, he isn't doing too much for the build. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Be broken. You tested patience and mine, but I won't defy the code.
When I'm ready and not
I almost feel like I should also make my dude, we're killing stuff all the way over here. But I feel like I should also make I should also add shield charge to the build. It'll feel better then. And another thing I'm also thinking about is meat shield for clear, because meat shield will make him stick closer to me. If he sticks closer to me, then I have to convocate less, or either that or I use convocation on an automation support or something. But oh, you died? When did you die? A part of me is thinking of scaling, and also a part of me is thinking of scaling regen even more and just dumping the idea of leech, because leech is not proving to be that useful, because we're not actually hitting that much. we really aren't, right? We are hitting with the explodes, but like it's not that frequent. It's not like the regular builds that you're scaling the hit damage. And I don't think we're actually scaling. We're not leeching from any of the dot damage we're doing, I don't think. Don't forget Retro. Thank you very much. I tend to forget that. I have a very big tendency of forgetting it. So appreciate it. Thank you. Needle horrors are not money. No one is playing needle horrors. I still can't get over the fact that these guys are like that expensive. Oh, you just baited me. You just had to be imperfect, right? You just had to be. All right. We'll differ these two. I don't think we can actually get rollout differs at this rate. Oh sure. Blood raiment with fracture. It's been on for 22 days. Is this worth anything? No. Okay. Duly noted. All right. So no. Brilliant. You can't get you. Just make sure there's nothing else here that might be good. All right, that's it. Let's try. Let's just go straight into a single target fight. What's a good single target fight to try this on? Frag. We'll do Polaric Invitation. Maybe we'll try Writing Invitation, but we only have one of those, so let's not use them yet. Time for better checks to see how the low build is coming along. All right, good night. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you. Thank you.
Maven, the challenge begins. Your champion will fall. Replica.
The explodes are not consistent. They aren't as consistent as I would like. They really aren't.
Deep space. Simulacrum. Astral avalanche.
The AoE is just too small. Is it? That's the vibe I'm getting from this. The AoE is just too small for this to be good single targets.
Deep space. Astral avalanche.
Like these guys exploding here are.
Starfire.
Where are you?
Deep space.
Are you gonna die? Did you just manage to not explode? So we can see the spikes of damage when we actually get the explodes going, right? Like we can see it. It's just not great. And this is with a carcass jack that has 40-something% increase AoE. The guys Giga spawn far away. Yes, they do.
The dark side.
Has arrived to challenge me for this realm.
The self-stun builds have to get to like 200% AoE for it to work. The thing is, he has right now, he has about 166% increase AoE. Actually, no, scratch that. He has minus 12, so that is 54 plus 45. So that is 199% increase AoE. That is how much AoE he currently has. But here's the thing. This is the big difference between this and cast and like the chieftains. I think baseline, according to the wiki, the baseline, Hinekora's and Ascendancy Explosion has a much bigger base AoE. So they don't actually scale as much AoE as this is, because at least from what I've seen, this is more AoE, more increased AoE. But because the baseline of that one is much bigger, it ends up being easier to hit the boss. Whereas I'm working with from a smaller base AoE. So I guess then the question would be, how do I get this even further up? There really aren't many ways. I've used all the options I have at my disposal, including a unique. What I need to do now, if this is the case, is I need to make sure every single time it does hit, it counts for more damage. And how do I do this? That is a very good question. How do I do this? Let's just make sure there aren't sources of area of effects that I am not thinking about. Ignite damage. I'm doing chaos damage, so poison could work, but poison is a lot less. Ignites last longer baseline and do a bigger percent of the base hits damage, because that is the plan from the onset with ignites. With poison, they think you can stack infinitely, so it's a base 30% of the 30% of the base damage, as well as only 2-second uptime baseline. So area of effects, let's see items that have AoE. Unique items. We are currently using a carcass jack with 40 to 50. We can't use any jewelry. We can't use weapons because weapon is taken. We have a glimpse of chaos, which can roll AoE. No. Ezomite's peak. We're not replacing helmets. Yeah, and then we're down to the 10%. Now there's also nothing I could use unending hunger, I guess, for 8%, but 8% is not making it that much better. Is it possible to reduce the AoE of your curse skills? Would that affect the stunning radius of the hateful accuser? Is there any universe where this is the case? AoE hateful accuser AoE. I don't know what boost we're talking about. No, sorry. Let's see how much AoE Pox is using. This is Chieftain for Hinekora, right? Let's see how much AoE he's getting. The build feels amazing for Claire. I just need to figure out this single target and we're chilling. AoE, AoE, AoE. He has 131% increase AoE. None of these would apply because it's my minion's AoE in question. Standstill AoE. I guess something I could do if I really wanted to, but I really can't, is if I dual wield this, I can get an extra 30% AoE. Do they get AoE from standing still? They get 9% from here, 10% from the gauntlets, and 10% from the amulet, and everything else is 3 nodes. But I don't see 10% make. I mean, every percent of increased AoE matters. Expansive mites, which is AoE, and then increase AoE per second you've been stationary. Oh, up to 50%. Interesting. I don't think this POB has it, but this is also an old POB, so it probably doesn't have that one. Yeah, this is probably an old POB or some other budgets. 4x of this. I mean, this would, if RF enjoyers are using this, then that explains where a lot of the AoEs, like some of the AoE, where it's coming from. That's what they used to use. They self-stun because they are standing still, so they then get giga AoEs. And okay. So what can I do for my AG? What is the thing I haven't added to him? Because he's already using a carcass jack, which is AoE he shouldn't have. Like, just genuine, that's AoE he should not have to begin with. I'll save the remaining polaric invitations for. I'll save them, but I need to think about what exactly I can do for the explode. And I just want to confirm that Katarina doesn't have any modifiers on her PoE wiki. King of Kulamak. Explode, Caswell channeling. Nothing there's area of effects. Then we have the dot multis. Yeah, nothing here is AoE. So what happens when I replace my chest with explode? That would increase the amount of damage we're doing with explode, because we now have a new source of explode. So when it does happen, it's going to be, so when one of them gets in range, it's going to be bigger. However, we're going to have just straight up less AoE. What I want to see, I'm going to do some testing probably after stream, so not yet. But what I want to see is I want to see the AoE of the explode. Like, I want to see the AoE of the explode. With and without brother. Okay, buddy, it's
Call, and I shall answer.
unless I'm directly looking at the like the purple circle. Do I actually know that like the support gem is affecting the explode? What is a very, very dense strat? Honestly, I could just do more 8 mod maps, but I'm out of 8 mod maps, and B, what strat has giga pack size? Harbingers, but I don't enjoy harbingers. Shrine, of course. I think I'm just going to throw more maps in here, and I'm honestly probably just going to roll 5 cloisters with ritual and shrines. That is not a bad idea. Where would your points go on the tree? I think this tree would be fine with cloisters because there's nothing I'm thinking about. This tree is fine, right? This is already max ritual chance. If we just wouldn't use ritual scarabs for that, right? Like we have max okay, we don't have max effects. We probably want to get even more effects. So this, we would want all 3 of them. So we would need to drop some things for cloister, but I wouldn't mind, to be honest. So let's just start from somewhere. The elevate gives AoE and small map toxic sewers. I don't have toxic sewer maps, so we'll have to make do with. We don't have city square either, so we'll make do with strands. I have a bunch of strands. But doesn't this like 8 modded maps? Do I need to buy 8 mods for it? It loves 8 mods for pack size. Should be fine. All right, we're going to roll a bunch of strands then. I hope I have some to go. I do not remember. Let's create a makeshift reject real quick. D16 explode. I don't care about reflects. I would rather not run this or this. Not that. Not this. I need to remember to get curse effects. So you... You... What buffs do I care? I don't care about buffs per se. Everything is fine. I feel like there's a modifier I'm missing. I'll have to search for it. It's basically curse. We got on ground, but we didn't get curses. Hexproof. That's one of them. Oh, that's the one. I think we already have the second curse. No, we don't. There. Those two. Okay. We have that copied. Next, we go into maps. We look for shrines because we should have a bunch of them. All right. We'll take the ones that already have passed. All right, we have all of that. Then what else am I forgetting? Divination of the cloister. We need way more of those. Dump these two. You have plenty toxic sewers. That's fine. Strands are kind of chill, and we're scaling AoE for a reason, you know. Oh, I leveled up. Oh shit, I leveled up. We'll take this guy then. This is one of those times I kind of wish I had. Is it PvP? That's the best way to test this, to see just how far away my animate guardian is going to start burning from, and potentially how far away the explodes are when they do damage. We're going to do this for single target tests. Okay. So for that, it was fine. And I suspect for anything mapping, it should still be fine. Even T17s, to be honest, it should be fine. But it just can't kill T17 bosses. I don't think it will be able to kill them. I want to make sure everything is dead before we talk to this guy. I'm going to figure out my mercenaries. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I require only faith. The rest is yours.
So I guess the question then is, yeah, I think I need to scale a bit more in the form of, I need to scale regen a bit more and just dump leech. Leech isn't the best source. The entire ritual exploded at the same time. So now here's what I'm thinking. Real talk. What if I just went and stacked a lot of like dot multis to try to make Infernal? I don't think Infernal Legion will ever have competitive single target is a problem. Like, it can have much higher than what I currently have given it. It can have way more. It can have much higher than this.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
But then the question is it worth it? Will it ever be decent? Like, I can get to like a mil dot DPS pretty easily. Like that, I know I can get to. The question would be like, I don't know that it's worth it. Versus trying my best to skill the explode. But if I'm really going to get the explode, I'm going to need extra sources of AoE, and I don't know where I'm gonna get it from. This just might mean Karkas Jack stays on the build. That's what it might mean. Wait, did you all see that? I'm gonna rewatch that. It felt like the AoE was bigger than the visuals would make me believe. And if that is the case, then I think it might just be a situation of I need to scale the damage of my explode slightly more. In theory. Okay, I don't know if this quality is just trash, but let's see. It's still processing, I think. So like this, let's slow it down. Did that hit? Let's see. Do I curse him? Where's the curse? It's there. He's been cursed. Everything spawns. Those two are in range. They deal damage from here. This one also does. I don't think these ones do damage, but these ones hit. Then the next hit comes in. They all spawn. And I think they all do damage this time around. Okay. What does this mean? Okay. Give me a quick second. I shall be back. We'll continue this thought process.
I'm back.
I am back. I have
Close your stream?
water. I'm still streaming.
Okay.
Jeez. Want to see the most cursed item? Sure. Did you already link it? No. Okay. Can you increase it by light radius? Maybe the AOE. I don't know. I don't think so. Can light radius increase some of them? Brutality, crits, maim. More AD. Oh my god, you got everything, but you still hit brutality. Oh 07. The helmet that increases. Is there something like that? Oh, Shin was also crafting this. More AD, rootless, crit, and minion attack cast speed. Sure. 11 and then minion attack speed. That is big. But this is a much easy. This is an easier craft with the can have one additional crafted mod. Did you roll this yourself or did you buy one that had it? Because like this, if you can get this, it saves you a whole lot of currency for a cheaper version. 2100 temperance. Oh my goodness. I know that is like one of the rarest temperance, but like god damn, that is insane. Let me see, light radius. Wasn't worth it at all. Could have made it like for under like 200D. Yeah. Like without that modifier, you can 100% still make it. And because like 2100 temperance is basically 2100 divines, give or take. Maybe. If you bought it in bulk, maybe slightly more, slightly less. Jeez.
I was trying to figure out why this map is so tanky.
Mm-hmm.
176% more life. 67 reduce extra damage from crits. 65 chaos res and auras.
Long. 07. The helmet that gives us the light radius you mentioned makes us deal no chaos damage, so we can't use it. Would have been a cool idea though, but we can't. We would deal no chaos damage. Because then we could get maybe light radius on. I mean, I don't know how boots would get light radius, but that is fair. So how can I increase the explodes damage? We already have double damage chance. We have Giga increased. I'm missing a decent amount of like minion increased for my I didn't go for the elevated prefix here, which is, I mean, it's just like 15% increase. And here I'm missing the 20-something% increase, or 40-something if you can't count bone ring. But I don't count bone ring because I don't think I can get this ring on a bone ring with minion damage. So, and I can't fracture because Redeemer. If this isn't Redeemer, can I get Redeemer on anywhere else? I don't think so. Unless I do it on like the shield, but that would change the entire craft process and make it a lot more complicated. And Mage Blood is obviously not an option. Wand is fractured. Can't be the wand either. Doesn't that include the yeah, it does. It would include the explode. The problem is just that it makes us deal no chaos damage. Okay, so we're just not going to reroll this window. I think it's just a case of we increase the base life of the monsters, which I mean, it's kind of hard to do because there's no way for us to actually scale.
Oops, clumsy me.
There's no way for us to actually scale the life of the monsters in question, i.e. Penance Mark. So then the question is, can we reduce the AoE on curses, and will that actually have an effect? That would be the question.
When I'm ready and not before.
I thought you wanted to skill AoE on the mercenary. No, I'm going to skill Warcry effect on the mercenary. By scaling Warcry effects, I'm going to give my AG even more damage from the explode, because then he can actually scale crits more efficiently, at least. Speaking of,
The moment demands act. His grace restores me.
so basically I just need to craft a bunch of gear for that guy. Actually, before we even do anything, let's just give him something real quick. Uniques. I don't have the shield. I need to get the Warcry shield. Red Blade banner. PoE the tail. Red Blade banner. I think for now we'll get an uncorrupted version of the shield. Eventually we might want to get something different, but for now this is fine. Is nobody selling this shit? Like, thank you. But that's fine for now. And with that, my Aegis base crits for the explode should be much higher, and it should do more overall damage.
Well, we back control. That's you're all ready to get on with it.
Let's exile you.
Right at the gut. Ah, you're no fun.
Oh, so that's why mobs were alive. So do we really just scale the Infernal Legion like the initial build plan was? Do we try to get that as high as possible? I think realistically we might be able to hit like 2 mil DPS off of it. Like, I think that's reasonable. But I think anything past that is really not. If I were to go Amanamu's Gaze for fire dot multi, go fire dot multi on the weapon alongside increased fire damage, and just really sat down and scaled the Infernal Legion, it could work. But then the explode was so far in its place is a problem. But this is a div card ritual. Typically the good ones are closer to your deferred item, right? Kiara's Determination, nothing great here. With Lion Eyes Vision, isn't that, you know, it's not DT0. Let's just confirm the others are actually cheap. Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. There's no point in reloading this. Nothing awaits me past the reload but pain. I really miss shield charge. All right, let's see this. What are cost-efficient ways we can use to increase our single target DPS? If I had to go poison chance, no, we can't use any marks. So marks are off limits. So I was thinking about, I was thinking about poacher's mark, but that's off limits because I already have a mark. So poison is a no. If we were to add a different DPS minion to this, what would that look like? It would have to be something that scales linearly with what we currently have. So maybe an MI minion. But then I'd have to life stack a fair bit, which I don't want to do right now or can't do. How cost efficient is it to use SRS of enormity, I wonder? Probably not the most. It would be extra damage. It would be extra damage, but I'm just not scaling enough damage. Plus, I'm converting phase to chaos, so the phase portion of SRS would convert to chaos. Let's go again. I suspect this is a map that is supposed to be in there.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Blight would be so funny to do on this build.
By innocence be broken.
Oh, add series ritual.
I killed the ones who tamed me. You're weaker still.
I'll play around with the idea of how to add single target to this build, but for now, I mean, I really can't complain. All I have to do is walk around and everything explodes screen wide. I also think this can do T17s already. I mean, it would go with how much I spent. I would hope so, but it cannot kill the bosses. It can't kill Katarina as an example. I don't think, at least. We would have to do more to make it kill Katarina. We would have to figure out the single target portion of this.
Let his power be known.
What is this lag? What do we have here? 2 golden bucklers that I just know worth much. T3 regen. Yeah, not worth much. You're not worth much. Ghost Wraith, no. Free 20% burning damage. I mean, I'll take it. I don't know if that was leech or regen, but that felt good. I think it's actually a mix of both. Woo! Oh, that was satisfied. We're going to run a T17 just for the memes, because why not? We probably wouldn't be able to beat the boss. I don't expect to be able to, but we just make sure there are no mods that break us, and then we just go with it. Steel charges on hit is kind of, you know, they'll still charge for my minions as well. Can't have them do that. Temp chains, early weakness, and feeble drowning orbs. Drowning orbs are going to be the biggest pain there. I don't want to deal with drowning orbs. Whereas have volatile cores, I'll pass. Thank you very much. Reflect Ellie. Less defenses, no. Oh, sure. Sure, we'll do this. We are going to attempt the boss at some point. We're going to clear the map as usual, attempt the boss, all of that. I kind of want to see what the clear looks like on T17s. And then we just get blown up by porcupines. Holy. We need more block chance, but we get block chance with levels. Was it Needle Horrors that blew us up? Oh, it wasn't porcupines. It was
You fall short of his mercy.
The moment I touch it, cannot regen sphere. I'm dead. Dead. All right, so let's avoid the Awakener Desolation and see how this is. I think they're just everywhere. Genuinely. There's also something else that is almost like a bleed that they are putting on me that I'm not entirely sure what it is. We'll have to see. I never designed this to run T17, so there is that, but let's see. Grasping Vines is, you know, it's whatever. Weakness, Desolation, unideal.
You are unworthy.
No, that was 100% porcupines. But wait, when things explode, shouldn't their corpses be destroyed, or am I missing something? The corpses are meant to be destroyed with explode. Does it make sense to get minion stick reduce reflect on the ring extra as a prefix? Minion stick reduce if for my current setup, or for what? For you? If you get elemental damage with attacks, it could be a decent suffix or prefix for you. But if you don't, oh god, what the fuck? I'm gonna die here, aren't I?
Your reckoning is at hand.
See, their corpses got eaten there, yet sometimes they forget how to eat the corpses. I don't get it. Also, my regen is... Holy shit.
When I'm ready and not before.
The Awakener Desolation is also putting my age is going through the works because of the freaking Awakener Desolation as well. Like whenever his life reduces, that's Awakener Desolation. It's not even anything else. I'm hoping he doesn't take big damage when he's on it, because that would suck. All right, so here is clear. We have to like kind of wiggle to make sure we don't get Giga shotgunned and eat all the grasping vines. And I think grasping vines plus the Fizz as extra chaos is the spicy factor here. Plus the porcupines, of course. The porcupines ain't making life easy.
Let his power be known!
There's so much Awigna desolation. Everywhere looks red. Now, I also feel like there's an effect somewhere. Ouch. We see where Katarina is. All right, what is next? There's still an area down here that we are yet to explore before we go deal with Katarina.
I am the judgment of innocence made manifest.
Holy fucking shit, what the hell? I think I was just on Awigna Desolation. The thing I'm feeling that's slowing me, I think, is the grasping vines. So when I'm getting hit by like those spinny guys, I'm getting hit with the grasping vines as well, and I think I'm feeling that. Because like those that comes with like chaos damage by itself. And then there's Fizz as extra. I mean, I don't know if Fizz as extra chaos is affecting them, but maybe. If it is, it explains some of it. Also, it might be worth having a life flask on it for now, at least, while I figure out if I want to have regen or if I want to use leech, because like the leech is not that great, which was well within realm of expectation. We just need to then figure out regen in its place, because even the regen flask mod, we added it last minute. All right,
Be gone from his hand!
Swift death! Be gone! You will know pain! Swift death!
Predictable, heretic.
all right, we're still gonna go back in.
Be gone!
Where is she?
Swift death! Inevitable! Be gone! Swift death! You will know pain! Swift death! Be gone! Inevitable! I
Oh shit, we phased her. Now we die. Yeah.
Heretic.
That was expected, but I honestly didn't expect to face her. That's kind of chill. It was way too chaotic, so it wasn't the best test because of all the awakening and desolation. I couldn't even see the damage I was doing to her to begin with. So like when we phased, it was a complete surprise. So I will test that later in a more with more controlled mods to see how the damage is going to look like. But in any case, we need to figure out single targets. The wave play is amazing, but we need to figure out single target. And there are two ways we can do this. We can either drop a lot of the scaling we're putting into our explode and try to get our Infernal Legion doing as much damage as possible because we can do that, right? We can get that doing a decent amount of damage, maybe in the, I'm thinking 2 mil, 3 mil DPS ranges. And as far as damage over times go, if it's literally just the burn and then there's explode as like an extra added bonus on top of that, right? I think that could be decent, and even for single targets, so long as we don't give them stupid modifiers like giga early res and stuff like that, I think it would be doable. The flip side would be to go even harder into the explode, try to scale AoE a bit more. I don't quite know how I would scale AoE yet, but try to lean into the explode a bit more. Overall, let me see. I defaulted to curse on hits chest, but realistically, maybe there's a chest piece mod I haven't seen for like influence body armors. All right, so let's start with strength ends. So let's see the most mods we can from these two. Honestly, Dex could also be something to check, but let's see if there's anything that would necessarily increase the amount of burning damage and slash or explode damage we're doing. This is a mandatory mod. We're going to be getting this. This was what the plan was before. But if there's a second modifier that makes sense, then maybe we do that. I guess we could also use Asenath's Gentle Touch, and that would work. That would technically work. The only problem with Asenath is it requires... It doesn't require a hit, does it? No, it doesn't. It requires a hit, but... Brother, what is that? What did I just type? PoE wiki. It requires a hit, but we hit enough with our explode chance already, and we don't necessarily need Gravebind realistically. Asenath's Gentle Touch. It is curse enemies with temp chains on hit. Enemies near corpses affected by your curses are blinded, and the enemies killed near corpses affected by curses explode, delaying this. So this is yet another explode source that would then be converted to phase with the ascendancy. So if we use this, we go for explode chests. with additional curse. Having more explode is always nice. But that would not, this would not help single targets, because those the penance mark monsters don't leave corpses, so this would not be an option then. Yeah, there's nothing here that really boosts damage. So if I want to go for the Crusader explode mod, which I think I should, if I want to go for this, I think I should go for this. But if I were to go for this, I don't think I think this would have the same range as Profane Bloom, and it would make the explode nicer, but would be less damage on the Infernal Legion. On the flip side, I can just dump the idea of explode chest altogether. Go Carcass Jack. Carcass Jack has area damage and AoE, so it means enemies are going to be in the burn aura a lot quicker, and we can scale that damage as much as possible, even more so. And maybe in the process of messing around with different things, we might find some corrupted implicits that we can use. But like, between this, scaling a mercenary that has malevolence to like giga charge malevolence, which would be Cruel Mistress, if I remember correctly. Cruel Mistress has malevolence, so and she uses staves, so in my calculation it was over 100% effects, and it was going to be like over like 44% more damage over time. Do all of that, then proceed to go for what's the name of that thing? Then you'd proceed to go for Amanamu's Gaze and get as many Ghastly Eye Jewels as possible for even more dot multi, and just try to scale that. What would that look like? If I take away crit scaling, which means no flat crits, none of that, just pure damage, I think I can fit in at least one more jewel socket. So that means, I mean, also I just realized something that's very important to our defense. I actually forgot my Bound by Destiny. I haven't actually equipped it, so I just have a free, like, this should be a good source of like life, like there, life and fist taken as cold. Can't believe I forgot to put that in earlier. Heard some Doomer news about tier light mechanic. What is the Doomer news? I'm curious to see just how well a POB with dot multi will scale in terms of damage, because we're going to scale the same amount of AoE, but now the difference would be The difference would be that now the burn is doing a lot more damage, like up more than triple the current damage it's doing. And then the explode is doing less damage as conversely.
Your skin. I shall wear it.
It's not like oils, it's random, and you know you have to know between like a lot of unknown combinations of the tokens. It's more like a convoluted helmet enchant from lab. What do you mean it's random? Like the combination is random?
Repent!
So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to POB the Infernal Legion version and just see just how much damage I can get on POB realistically. And then we might go from there. But if we're going for Infernal Legion, I think if we go for Infernal Legion, realistically, we might end up dropping. Like we just straight up might end up dropping what's its face, Leech altogether, and then really just try to juice. We might drop Leech, try to juice. Go for the increased damage one on the left side. And try to get regen. Getting regen would involve, I can't get consecrated ground on this setup. Realistically, I can't do that. I'm going to click Cassia because why not?
Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower. Exile, are you going to build a tower as I've so kindly requested?
Let's see how fast he is.
Hello? Please do not test my limits. Patience is not something I possess great quantities of. Build the tower, Exile. Now.
The area in the Infernal Legion is quite wide though. One thing I wouldn't want to do in that next version is I wouldn't want to drop explode chance. I wouldn't want to drop profane bloom. I most definitely wouldn't want to drop profane bloom. Okay, so there are different color tokens you get randomly, but the tokens also have a random number from 1 to 9. I think so. You submit your weapon, it goes red token number 4. And then you need to pick your next token and number from options, but to do that you need some knowledge on what all the combinations can be since you started at red number 4. So the color tokens, I think, are things you farm by themselves, right? So like, it's not attached to the weapon in any way. So you'd have red token number 4, but you just have that token and you can apply it to the weapon in any order you want, right? You need to pick your next token and number from options, but to do that you need some... We'll see how it is on launch. I'm not on this. I don't understand the system you're explaining. So I mean, it's tomorrow, so we'll see. If it's a convoluted enchant system, then what can we do? If it isn't, then positive. Let me see. Yeah, it's tomorrow. Nope. Tomorrow is 17th. It's tomorrow after my stream, 9 p.m. give or take. Like tomorrow is going to be a half stream for PoE and half stream from Torchlight, but it's going to be like the same 3 hours for PoE, but we're going to have an extra some hours for Torchlights.
His mercy.
What was that bubble I saw? I saw a bubble on top of my head. Not sure what it was. Why did that drop right on top of me?
By the ire of innocence, I denounce you.
And not before.
Fun fact about the Infernal Legion variant of this setup, right? I honestly have what would be the best in slots weapon for it. I have what would be the best in slot weapon for it basically already in my stash, because that was the initial concept of this build. It was supposed to be Infernal Legion, and then the explode scaling came after. The explode killing came much after that. What did we get? Ooh, catalyzing. I'll take it. Aren't you Infernal Legion right now? Oh, I am. I'm just not scaling Infernal Legion. So the Infernal Legion is there, but it's not doing so much damage that you can consider it for a single target. It's more so killing stuff to then proc the explode. So like here, the main single target you're going to see are like the explodes that are happening around it. Whereas if I were to scale the Infernal Legion, then the burn itself would be more substantial. So it'd be much stronger burn, and the explode would still be there. It's just we wouldn't be scaling the explode as much. So, you know, we wouldn't be going like crit on the explode. We would still get high explode chance, but we wouldn't do the small things we're doing right now. So like double damage chance, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do the things that wouldn't affect the Infernal Legion because we'd be scaling the Infernal Legion. Where are all these curses coming from? There are curses that were overwriting my curse, and I don't know where they're coming from. You don't curse, right? You are not cursing. So who was cursing? Fallen Emperor? He doesn't curse, to my knowledge. But like there was more than just the enfeeble my AG should be applying. They were like, there's at least like 1 or 2 more curses. I don't have anyone that should be cursing, unless the shaman was the one cursing, but like he wouldn't be cursing himself. So like that is also just not the most viable. We'll see. Something funny is happening. I don't know what it is just yet. We'll wait for the troll shaman to come out again. How's the explode so far? I mean, it's really good. This is what the clear looks like. Single target is not the greatest because a mix of the AoE is, the AoE might be decent honestly, but I think it's a mix of the AoE is not big enough to guarantee hits from all the like side minions, but at the same time we also need to scale the damage a bit more because it's the base damage is a lot worse than say Chieftain's Hinekora's explosion, because that one explodes for 500%, whereas we're exploding for like a quarter of their life. And we also don't have explode chest, so we only have 1 source of explode versus the 2 we plan on having. Though I do plan on, you know, actually getting that one. The extra curses from your AG. Yeah, I know. He is supposed to apply Enfeeble. But there were like 2 more curses on top of his Enfeeble that I didn't know where the source was from. I currently have it set up to where I can apply my curse, and then he can apply his, and it's fine. Like, this is how it's supposed to be. But then there was an extra curse I wasn't sure where it was coming from, so it was overwriting my penance mark. I have despair, but like I'm not actively casting it. So that's what the explode looks like in terms of single targets. Not great yet. So I think I might be better off trying to scale the Infernal Legion instead for single targets instead of that, because of just how unreliable it is versus the amount of damage that's applying when it does explode. because this is an area level 83, right? The monster skills with area level. So if we were in an 84, they'd have more life and do a bit more base damage. But I just don't think it's reliable enough, you know? I just don't think it's reliable enough. So we're going to POB that tomorrow. Well, we're going to POB that before tomorrow's stream. And I mean, I'm going to keep all my gear the same because nothing really has to change. The only thing that will change, most likely, would be the weapon. We would go from what our current weapon was to this guy. This guy is the best in slot for the fire version of this, which is it still explode for chaos. There's still like all of that, but then this has increased chaos damage or increased fire damage as well as fire dot multi. The fire dot multi being the big scalar of Infernal Legion versus the other one where with this fire dot multi we're essentially almost doubling our Infernal Legion DPS by itself. Then you have the increased damage scaling that even further. Just for a bit of visualization, I have this is the POB. This is not my current POB, but this is just a POB this is the POB, the conceptual plan. This is how much damage the Infernal Legion is doing because I can't calculate the explode damage, right? With this one, 337 k dot DPS. If I were to switch the AG's weapon from what I currently have, i.e. double damage, chaos damage, all of that, to the one I initially planned, which is fire dot multi, fire and whatnot, just by changing the weapon, it goes up to 700k dot DPS just by changing the weapon. That's it. Like just change the weapon. I'm not cursing with early weakness, which I can. I'm not cursing with anything. I'm not giving my mercenary. I'm not going for a malevolence mercenary with giga malevolence effect. I'm not doing any of that yet. So that is just how much of a difference the dot multi and like the modifiers on this one make. So I will POB it, see how high I can get this dot DPS. I don't think I'm getting past 2 mil, but I will genuinely try and we'll go from there. If I can get it to like 3 mil, yeesh. Let me try something as well. This is the Aegis current chest. Let's take this and let's go Carcass Jack. We'll maximize these two. And then we'll switch back. Okay, so area damage isn't actually going to affect Infernal Legion because I think area damage is considered on hits, right? It's not actually increased damage. It is just, wait, is it? Oh no, it is. It has area attack, so it's been applied. It just doesn't make much of a difference. 863k versus 813, so like 50k dot DPS, which is I guess it's decent, but it's not insane, right? I've done an Infernal Legion AG before. I used Forbidden Shackle with level 35 Infernal Legion. See, here's that's the funny thing. Right now, I'm currently at the level 31 Infernal Legion on a 6 link. I'm just now using stuff to scale the explode. But if I were to switch to Infernal Legion, I would scale, you know, I'd go from crit to burning damage. And I mean, with Carcass Jack, maybe we then go, because of all that increased AoE, maybe we go Conk Effect or something. Like if we do this and go burning damage, we cross 1 million easy with Infernal Legion. Hey, I'm at your high budget Reggie Fila. Wanted to know what content did you love running or felt good when you were playing it? What content did I love running? Blight was pretty chill. Blight was pretty chill. Abyss was kind of chill if you resocketed your gear so that your curse was on life tap, and if you use numlock trick for automation, or Abyss was pretty chill as well. I did a lot of settlers as well, but I don't think I would recommend settlers at this point in the league. Map farming in T17, just giga printing strands and selling that also felt really nice because you would just shield charge and kill stuff and pick up maps. Like you don't even have to stop to do anything other than pick up maps when you go map farming in T17s for strands. Those are some of the strats I did. Was there anything else? Anything that also involves single target was also just pretty chill because we had so much single target DPS. So you could go bossing with it if you wanted. Most of the strats I ran, most of the strats in my POB spreadsheets, I ran with defilers. How many stack decks was that? We're at 3. I mean, we didn't start from like scratch. We're at 500 stack decks. I think we said about like 100 and something. I can go back in stream to find out, but like 100 and something. So we've gotten like over 300 stack decks so far, and stack decks are giga expensive. If I remember correctly, these guys are going for 70 per divine. So we almost have we're like maybe 5-6 divines in, and we only spent a divine on the scarabs, maybe over a divine. So already it's been like really nice profits. So yeah, we're good. This is what else would we do if we wanted to scale? We would have to drop all this crit scaling, offering effect, all of that, because it's not doing anyone any favors. We would probably drop offering because flesh offering doesn't increase damage, just move speed. I guess move speed is fine, but like, you know, it's not really helping. What else could we do to scale the damage? There is no war cry that would help because everything is. Yeah, there's no war cry we have access to that would help. Maybe movement speed war cry. Banners wouldn't help either. So yeah, like we'd have to switch some stuff, get Amanamus in here, potentially just try to scale that even further because, you know, Amanamus is really good, but I don't think I have the space for an Amanamus unless I'm dropping Forbidden Flesh and Flame, in which case I can do that, pick up 1 extra Joe, then I would have like 3 Ghastly Eye Joes for some dot multi, like 18%, but I don't know that it's worth it at that point. You know, you would ideally get to 30, the full 30 dot multi for Amanamus to be worth it. And on the actual Ghastly Eye Joes themselves, the only modifier that would make a difference is increased damage if you've used a minion skill recently. Everything else would be kind of meh. Everything else would be kind of meh. But yeah, Felipe, how was it? When did you play the Anime Guardian Infernal Legion build? How long ago has it been? Did I already look at the ritual? I feel like I did, but I'll just check because... Yep, I haven't. As usual, I haven't. Oh, I have. Then why do I have so much? Oh, this page didn't bring anything that was different. That's why. This is not worth anything, right? Just confirming. Yeah, it's not. We don't have Wither yet. I'm just now realizing we actually don't have Wither. I was like, wait, have I done my Ascendancy? I haven't. That's a big damage multi I'm just sleeping on. Now the question is, can I beat Kizaru? Kizaru might actually be a pretty decent test to see like how the single target damage is.
Justice will prevail.
PoE lab. Let's hope it's up. I mean, here I'm probably going top right, right? I also probably wanted to take a life flask instead of this guy, if I'm being very honest. So we're going top. No, this is cruel. We need to go Uber lab. We're going top right, top left. So top right, top left. Probably a year before Settlers. Oh, that's a while. That means like Sanctum. No, like Sanctum Tota, give or take. Wasn't Crucible. Oh, I just realized Stone Golem had died. Maybe I should reconsider, you know, actually getting that onset ring, because without the onset ring, we can't fit in minion life. Well, we can. We'll just drop Despair for now. We're not using Despair anyway, so like, it's just taking up a spot that could be going to keeping Stone Golem alive, like with minion life. We're going top left here. Bruh. Why are you dead? Why are you dead ending me so much already? All right, Izaro time. Let's see how this actually looks like on a target as big as Izaro.
No two battles are alike. By the goddess, what ambition!
I mean,
wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
Even the burning damage wasn't much, so I guess he's just, I mean, he's just not a good test. Where are we going now? Top right, golden room, top right. Okay. Even fully geared, the single target was disappointing. The clear was nice though. Okay. Yeah, I don't expect the single target to ever be great on like this setup, but with the explode, there is a chance we can have like some form of single targets, right? And since the idea is, when you played it, right, a lot has happened to where there's a lot more support for minions, right? I can kind of support it in ways that were not possible years before. So wait, top right, this is just straight up north, so like just straight up.
Let his power be known!
Okay, so not there, clearly. All right, where are you taking me to? I have no idea where this shit is taking me to. But I'm not a fan. So all this just for the golden key.
Where there's a golden key, there must be a
Not a fan. Izaru, I'm not a fan of your it today. Not a fan.
Is the most liberating of metals.
You really are one of the most diverse Minion content creators. Now, because it's coming from Arcane X, it sounds sarcastic. Now, if it's really sarcastic, then I have no words for him. Oh, Esperance Arrow. All right, let's go.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without nations converge to a single power is to dance with death.
All right, Zara, let's go.
You are inexhaustible, your freedom. Even the grandest designs can be dismantled.
I thought this would. I honestly thought this the Izaru fight would be a lot less smooth. Why would you say that? We are going. Either way, we have to go like 2 rooms in. So I think this is fine. Oh wait, no. If I go straight center, 1, 2. Yeah, I can skip a room. Okay. I need to go like directly into the center, so like there. This guy. And then from here, it's top right.
Let his power be known.
There, we skipped the room.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. A throne is the most devious trap of them all. Show me your resolve. Triumphant at last.
Of the same this add XP. Is there anything we want to add XP to? Spirit offering? No, not really. Nope. I wouldn't mind adding XP to this stone golem. Genuinely. All right, now we actually have. Does that mean my minions could have killed themselves with Fizz if I wasn't careful? Like they could have. Now we have more. We have Wither. Let's see if we feel anything single targets. How much I eat frag? I wouldn't want to use them just because of how much of a pain it is to get. We'll use Polaric. Now with Wither, it should be a decent amount of extra DPS, but then the question is, will it actually make this quick?
Simulacrum. Deep space.
I just don't think the explodes are converging enough. Like, these guys are not hitting. All right, buddy, come out to that corner. I think the corner is also helping you not eat overlaps. Come here.
Replica. Starflare.
There.
Deep space. Astral avalanche.
Shh. How did that guy not explode?
Solar storm. Simulacrum. Deep space.
Yeah, these guys are spawning way too far for this to be anything useful. So if I want single target to be
Solar storm.
anything to write home about, I think I actually just need to lean more into
Deep space.
the burn.
Starflare. Deep space.
And even then, I don't think it's going to be insane because, like, the explodes,
Astral avalanche.
as much as they're doing damage, it's not. Oh, I don't think I can scale the explodes damage as much as I would like,
Deep space.
is what I'm now thinking.
Solar storm. Simulacrum. Deep space. How unexpected.
Has arrived to challenge me for this realm.
Something I didn't do to help my situation is I wasn't cursing. I wasn't getting offering, but offering increases my crit chance, so my damage goes up a bit, but it's not by an insane amount or anything like that. That's a lol. It's not by an insane amount. Let's go ritual. So I think as someone who enjoys not uniformity, but like as someone who enjoys having consistent DPS, that's the word I'm looking for here. I want to try the Infernal Legion scaling route and see how that feels. If I can get its DPS to be, you know, halfway decent, that is. Which would probably mean we end up keeping the Carcass Jack.
When I'm ready, and not before.
You fall short of his mercy.
Extra prodigy. Okay. Okay, I see you. So wait, if I go Infernal Legion, what suffixes actually matter for me for minion stats? There would literally be no suffix that matters. I think I can't think of a single suffix that matters for my minion wand. It's not like there's dot multi or anything like that. There isn't. I also need more block chance, but I'm not going to get that without levels. Like for more block chance, I need the mastery for block chance per block AD per 5%. That is huge. If I can get that, that is. Why am I getting Maloney's on a pink? Punk burning Archdemon helm. Do you mean the RF helmets? What does the RF helmet look like again? In the ideal universe, I can't have my main skill out of my chest piece. So like, probably not going to be possible, but I'm willing to entertain the idea. Because being in a chess piece means, well, no, I can't entertain the idea, to be honest. It has to be in the chess piece. It's kind of non-negotiable. Without the chess piece, I think we lose six levels on our Infernal Legion, and that being levels being the sole source of like base damage, that would destroy its DPS. So I can't entertain the idea of removing it from my chest piece. That contributes way too much. So now we just buy one brother. Imperial bow with C3 code. Probably not worth much. Yeah, okay. We'll just buy this then. Yeah. Looking at that, I don't think the explode is a reliable choice, and the reason it's not a reliable choice is well, the base damage is not that great because we're only exploding for a quarter of their life. We are almost guaranteed to explode, so we explode frequently, but it's still just for a quarter of their life. So even though we're scaling that damage a lot, it's just coming out to not being that great in terms of overall damage. Now, if we were to use that for like an ailment like poison, maybe it could be a bit more decent, maybe. But I'd wager, compared to a regular like minion attack, it has a lot more base damage. The problem comes with the frequency of the attack. If these were consistently shotgunning permanently, you know what we should try? Is there less AoE on the tree? Is there anywhere that has like less AoE? Because I can't support my penance mark with anything because it's not an onset ring. So literally nothing can so I can't give it like conk effect or anything like that. So I have to find a generic source of less AoE. And I don't think there is one. I don't think there's a source of less AoE. Wait a second. If we are going to drop explode as our main damage source, that means we can drop curse scaling. If we drop curse scaling as like to the degree we are trying to scale curses, like we'll still try to scale, like we'll still get this one, still do that most likely, but we wouldn't get these two. These would be new areas where we can actually get dot multi. So that would actually, no, this guy is kind of mandatory because enduring composure needs to be there, which means we are going to need this one, but at least this one frees up. This one will open up as a source of like a jewel socket. If I drop the crits, I'm hoping I can maybe get all the way down here. Yeah, down here would be best, so I can get an extra endurance charge, making myself tankier in the process. Oh, I also don't have this guy, which is, you know, low hanging fruit, but I do not have the levels for it. I also don't have levels for this. Basically, I have deprived myself of a lot of defensive nodes to try to see the damage in its full form. And now that I have done this, I'm going to be looking at the Infernal Legion variant of this, and we'll see. We'll see. I'll POB it between today and tomorrow, and tomorrow's stream, you'll hear my decision. If I do decide to switch, I'll switch on stream and showcase that. But yeah, so far my thoughts on this meme idea is, I mean, single target is abysmal, but Claire is insane. Claire is fantastic. I love the chaos explosions. I love the Claire. Now we just need to figure out single target to the best of the degree that we can, because we always knew this was like single target was going to be an issue. It was basically guaranteed to happen, right? We didn't come in thinking we're going to have insane single target. We knew the single target would be rough. The question is, can we get this to a serviceable state, single target wise, to where we can actually just giga clear, you know, kind of like how RF would be if you invest in it, but without the ES skill and all of that, you know, all the fancy stuff. But we'll see. I'll POB that and we'll be back tomorrow. But you know, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow, same time. We're going to be doing a half and half stream with PoE taking like 6 to 9 my time, and then once TLI launches, I'm going to be playing that and just exploring the new season. And we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm gonna see you guys then. Till then, have a good night.